wife for the beautiful flowers. She just thought we needed a little color and spring and summer in the room today. So thank you, Lynette, for the beautiful flowers. If you have checked out the agenda and you're thinking we are all going to be hangry if we wait till 1 o'clock to break for lunch, we do have flexibility around that. We will begin our discussion, but I plan to break between 11:30 and 11:45 to give people time to maybe beat the noon rush, grab a bite to eat, have a little downtime, whatever you need to do, and then be back at 1 to continue our discussion. So does that work for everybody and not interrupt anyone's plans? Okay, very good. So we will go ahead and kick off our agenda. Oh, and well wishes to Senator Petty. She has an ankle issue and is not being able to be real mobile these days. So Senator, we hope you get to feeling better, and she is joining us on WebEx. Do we have any other members on WebEx? And State Board Member Porter. So please raise your hand and make your presence known if we miss you, okay? So with that, we will begin with the 50-state school funding presentation. And as we talked about yesterday, ECS is the group that has the toolkit and does all the 50-state comparison. So we do have them to share with us. And so feel free to have some questions in the queue to ask them about how they've worked with other states, any trends they are seeing, whatever you would like to garner from having that expertise in the room with us this morning. So Lauren, are you there?
Hey, Senator, this is Joel Moore, Director of State Relations with ECS. Lauren is pulling up the presentation, I believe, on the slideshow as we speak.
Okay, well, we will just stand by until you all are ready, and then the floor is yours.
I'll go ahead and say hello and get things started. As mentioned, my name is Joel Moore. I'm Director of State Relations with Education Commission of the States. My colleague Madeline Creek, who is our liaison to Kansas, couldn't be here this morning as she's on a state visit elsewhere, but wanted to make sure that I was here to help support any questions y'all might have for Lauren and to share a little bit about ECS before we get started. I think largely you're familiar. Yes, Lauren, I can see it. Yep. Uh, in case you're not familiar with ECS, very briefly about our history, we were founded through an interstate compact about 60 years ago. It was the Compact for Education, as national, nonpartisan, and non-advocacy education policy center created by the state with the purpose of helping you all learn from one another's experiences. As I mentioned, as an interstate compact, we're created in law in all 50 state statutes, District of Columbia, and the U.S. territories, and will serve every policymaker that touches education policy in the state, whether it's legislators, governor's offices, state departments, state boards, and we work all the way across that entire education policy spectrum from early learning through post-secondary and workforce. Again, nonpartisan and non-advocacy will never tell you what is right for Kansas and your students. You know your state's particular context the best, but we can tell you what the 49 other states and territories are doing and what that looks like for them. How that works, we have an amazing team of policy experts and researchers like Lauren here who are reviewing and tracking every piece of education legislation around the country, as well as things like governor's initiatives, state of the states, speeches, any sort of initiatives that coming out of higher ed or early ed. And we are tracking and summarizing those so that we can provide you all with information about what's happening around the country through policy briefs and 50 state comparisons. Today's talk will be largely based on our 50 state comparison on K-12 funding, which I believe we shared with the staff a little bit ago, a clickable one-pager that has links to a number of our school finance resources, including that 50 state comparison, glossary of K-12 education funding, the K-12 funding toolkit that you mentioned earlier, as well as a policy brief on how states handle student counts and different K-12 funding models. Beyond that, I'll pass it along to Lauren. Please know that there will be time for Q&A as mentioned. If there's anything that we're not able to answer immediately, we're happy to take that back and get a written response for y'all for your conversations moving forward. With that in mind, I'll hand it off to Lauren.
Yeah, hi. Hi, everyone. Can you hear me?
Good morning, Lauren. We can hear you.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for having us here today. I'm really excited to be able to present. I'm Lauren Pesach. I'm a policy analyst at ECS, and I'll walk us through the agenda really quickly. So we'll start by talking about spending levels, then we'll move to state funding models. We'll cover student and district characteristics, K-12 finance funding trends, and elements of a funding model. So as Joel mentioned, ECS provides a variety of services, and today I'll share with you some of the research that we've done at ECS with the hopes that it informs some of the work you're doing in Kansas as part of your task force. At ECS, our specialty is looking across states to give policymakers tools to use within their own contexts. So let's start with spending levels. So most of our focus today won't be on the amount of spending, but rather the mechanisms that states use to allocate funds that we have collected in our 50-state comparison. However, I did want to provide some initial context with data from the National Center for Education Statistics. So K-12 funding nationally is largely a state and local partnership. This graph shows the state, local, and federal share of funding over time. States are now the primary funding source across the country for K-12 schools, and surpassed the local districts in the 1980s. So states play a large role, but we know that every state has their own context, so it differs from state to state. So while K-12 education is largely a state and local responsibility, how they divide these costs varies greatly. In New Hampshire, almost 2/3 of revenue comes from local sources, and that's because New Hampshire does not collect personal income tax on wages, and that's one of 10 states that do that, or a statewide sales tax, one of 5 states. By contrast, Hawaii, almost all of the revenue for K-12 schools comes from the state, because the state only has one school district, and property taxes are not used to support K-12 education. So we know that not only how states fund education varies, but spending levels vary too. In Utah, the amount of funding is around $9,500, while in New York, it's closer to $30,000. And all of these numbers, just for context, are $2,002 from the data, just so you have context. And in 2002, Kansas spent around $14,400. So that's in the middle, somewhere of these two examples. And so now we'll move on to our state funding models. So in our 50-state comparison, we wanted to provide leaders with a national landscape. So that's why we make these 50-state comparisons. They provide comparisons on a wide range of policy issues. And this product was really recently updated in 2024. So hopefully not many changes have taken place since then. In this database, we try and capture the key decision points that state leaders have made in designing their K-12 funding. So the data includes some of the following: the primary funding model that's used by that state. So funding models determine how aid is allocated to cover basic K-12 costs. States differ in terms of how much they fund through their primary model. Some states provide almost all of their K-12 aid through their model, while some provide as little as 20%. We wanted to highlight in states that use the base amount, what that base amount is, and also if they are using a base amount. We know that not all states do guarantee that base amount of funding. And then how states count students for funding purposes. So that might appear like a minor decision. However, we know that how much aid is allocated on a per student basis, that decision has major impacts on allocations to districts. So states that use attendance rather than enrollment, for example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, saw fluctuations that impacted their funding. And that caused Idaho and California, 2 states that had used attendance, to temporarily switch to an enrollment model. In the K-12 funding database, we also describe how states provide additional resources for specific student populations and for small and rural districts. All 50 states and DC's profiles are available on our website, so you're able to actually go in and compare what Kansas is doing and how other states compare using the information that we've collected. So the types of models. States take different approaches in allocating aid to districts, and that largely comes down to whether or not states choose to allocate through a student-based model or through a resource-based model. So allocating aid for students through a student-based funding model, you can identify a state as using that model because they guarantee a base level of funding per student in either their state statute or state budget. And in contrast, for resource-based models, which are a different sort of funding model, they're typically driven by staffing requirements established in state law. And in addition to staff positions, some districts in resource-based states may receive funding for additional costs. Some examples of costs that could be allocated to might be something like maintenance and operations, textbooks, technology, and other resources that states have decided they want to specify as a resource funded by the model. That this maps so you could get a sense of who is using which model, and you can get a sense for the distribution of state funding models. So just looking at this map, in purple, you'll see states that are using student-based models. In orange, those are resource-based models. Green is a hybrid model, and in Wisconsin and Vermont, those are the gray states. They have unique models. So 35 states in DC use the student-based approach for allocating resources through their K-12 funding formulas. 9 states are using an exclusively resource-based approach. 4 states have a hybrid approach, and those are those green states, in which some of the state aid is primarily allocated based on student characteristics, others based on resources. These hybrid approaches are often very complex. So just to give you an example, we can look at Massachusetts. They determine aid for districts by multiplying enrollment with 10 different weighted enrollment categories. Some examples by grade, so age group essentially, special education, English learners, and also by cost categories. So that's administration, teaching, pupil services, equipment, along with a wide adjustment for wage factor. And then for the 2 states we classify as other, just to give you a sense of what that unique approach might look like. In Vermont, they use a state administered property tax that the state sets based on locally adopted school district budgets and weighted pupil counts in districts. So the trend has been towards student-based funding models. California implemented theirs, the local control funding formula, in 2014. Nevada transitioned to the pupil-centered funding plan in 2019. Tennessee transitioned to a new formula, TISA, in 2022. States have also increased investments to support certain student groups, such as the Student Opportunity Act that was adopted in Massachusetts in 2019, and the Blueprint for Maryland's Future that's adopted in 2020. States have also eliminated many categorical grants and moved those funds to within their funding formulas. So just for example, in Nevada, before they moved their categorical grants to within the formula, there were 20 categorical grants, and in California, a similar issue where there were 50 categorical grants that were then shifted to be within the formula. So now I'm going to walk through some of the advantages and the challenges that these funding models present. So student-based funding models are attractive because they offer some distinct advantages. They offer transparency. So there's a specified dollar amount that's allocated per student, and there are defined weights. That helps district leaders and the public have a clear idea of how much state funding will be coming to the district. Equity. It's easy to adjust funding amounts based on student differences and unique district characteristics by multiplying the base amount by a weighted adjustment factor, and local autonomy and flexibility. So we know that districts have greater latitudes in how they use these funds under this model. Some challenges of this model, states can have less oversight over spending decisions or how the district distributes funds to schools. And to counter that, leaders can improve district reporting on spending. So, for example, in Tennessee, when they adopted TISA, one of the requirements was to increase reporting and to publish spending data at the district and school level in the state's annual report. And now to talk about resource-based allocations. So in this approach, it can help states ensure that local districts have sufficient resources to meet certain programmatic goals. For example, if you wanted to fund a specific target class size, you could target staffing. You could allocate funds to a specific reading specialist program or access to mental health services. Some challenges. So there's less local flexibility, and it can be challenging to provide weighted funds. Okay, so next we'll move on to talking about student and district characteristics. So ECS has identified that all states provide additional funds to support students, special education students. Almost all states provide additional funds to support services for English learners. 44 states and DC provide additional funds for services to support students from low-income backgrounds. And the majority of states also provide funds to districts for gifted and talented programs and for small and isolated rural districts.
Lauren, can I just pop in with a real quick question on that slide?
Sure.
So do you know how many states of those 37 that provide funding for gifted and talented are within their special education? Ours in Kansas is. Gifted is part of our special education. Do you happen to know that?
Not off the top of my head, but we can definitely look into it for you.
Thank you, appreciate it. Any
Yeah,
other
of
questions
course.
at this point? Okay, please continue.
Okay, sounds good. So next, we'll talk about funding weights and how those can be structured. So many states fund special education services using funding weights. This can be as a single weight or as multiple weights. So states with a single weight, they would take the base amount of funding that's allocated per student and then multiply it by a single percentage. That approach doesn't differentiate based on the student's identified disability or placement. So all students receiving special education services would receive the same amount of multiplier. So other states provide multiple weights. So to provide, and the advantage of this is that you can provide a different amount of funding for a range of students who may need different supports. So there can be multiple weights for students in different disability categories, for different types of placements. So for example, a student who is placed in general education classes may receive a different amount of weighting compared to a student who is in a special placement in a public school or a private school placement. So given the diversity of needs for special education students, more states use multiple weights rather than a single weight to allocate resources to this group.
Sorry, Lauren, just to clarify a little bit on the question from, I believe, the senator. The 50-state comparison that was shared on the resource page, there are both data points for both special education funding and how that's allocated, and also for gifted and talented funding. I don't see in that report where there's overlap, whether, gifted and talented may be a component of the special education funding, but it does go in and list state by state how each of those happen. We can certainly go in and see which states sort of nest those two definitions within one another.
Okay, thank you very much. That'd be helpful.
Thanks, Joel. So just to highlight some level of variation that exists within the amount of support that states are providing. So here's some range of supports that exist for students from different groups. So you can see here the students or the states that are allocating via single weight for special education or multiple weights. And the same for English learners, as well as students from low-income backgrounds. So we know that the amount of weight also varies. So that's not necessarily going to be the same. So not only is there a different approach, single versus multiple, but there's also the amount that's allocated towards those weightings. So in Arizona, for example, for students from low-income backgrounds, the weight is 2.2% versus in Vermont, the amount is 103%. So that's double the amount of base funding. We know that that amount of allocation also varies dramatically across how multiple weights are approached. So in Virginia, there is one category in which the additional weight through that multiple weight is 1% versus in New York, there is an example where it's 100%. So that means 2 times the base amount. States often commission studies in order to set these amounts. So in order to determine the appropriate size of the weight to position students to achieve the desired outcome. So there are 2 common methods that are used by researchers in conducting analysis in order to make these decisions. So the first is cost modeling, and that's where estimates are generated based on quantitative models and student outcome data. And there's also professional judgment panels, and that's where estimates are based off a series of meetings and discussions through work with educator panels and stakeholders to identify resources necessary to then achieve the desired policy goal outcome. So now we can move on to talking about K-12 finance trends. So at ECS, we track legislation across a variety of topics. You can actually go on our website and see what bills have been enacted across all 50 states. And so as a result, we're also tracking K-12 finance bills. And you can go in and check out what is happening across a variety of subjects, so not just funding. But here are the trends that we have seen in funding. So one of the big trends has been making adjustments to funding formulas. So typically when we're looking at these changes, they're minor tweaks to the existing formula. And that's, for example, changing the base amount of level of funding per student to keep pace with inflation, or policy decisions to increase the adequacy of state investment. However, in 2024, we saw 2 states, Colorado and Mississippi, enacted major reforms and overhauls to their funding formulas. And I will go into those on the next couple slides. Those states transitioned their formulas to more centralized and student-based funding models. And that's been the trend in recent years. Another trend was targeted funding for certain student populations. So as part of their formula overhauls, both Colorado and Mississippi increased funding for students from low-income backgrounds and English learners, while some other states, did not reform their entire formula. They made changes to specific student groups. For example, Ohio increased their funding for special education services. Virginia differentiated funding for English learners based on their level of acquired language proficiency. And finally, compensation for teachers. So states made changes to teacher compensation, such as establishing minimum teacher salary or providing across the board raises. We know that teachers are such a critical component in student outcomes. And so attention to teacher salaries has been seen as a crucial recruitment and retention tool. South Dakota established a minimum teacher salary of $45,000 a year for the 2024-2025 school year. This state did not previously have a minimum teacher salary. And they join Arkansas, Iowa, Tennessee, and Utah, who established minimum teacher salaries in the 2023 session. Going forward in South Dakota, they plan to increase the minimum salary by a percentage change of the target salary from the year before, adjusted to inflation, but it's capped at 3%. So I'll summarize some of the key aspects of the states that underwent major K-12 finance reform. That's Colorado and Mississippi. So it's not every year that you have a state adopt a new formula, and much less 2 in 1 year. So it's very exciting. Colorado enacted HB 1448 in 2024 session that created a new school finance formula called the total program formula. This formula will begin in 2025-2026 fiscal year, and it has a 6-year phase-in period, so it won't be fully implemented until 2030-2031. During this phase-in, the state has a hold harmless policy that covers the portion of the difference between the old and new formulas for those districts set to receive less money. The state is increasing overall state aid by $92 million in the first year of the phase-in. And some of the bigger changes under this formula include the new base amount per student is set to $8,500 a year for 2025-2026, and that amount will be adjusted for inflation going forward. The weight for students from low-income backgrounds is increased an additional 12%, up to 25%. The weight is higher, set at additional 32% for districts with less than 7,000 students and who have a low-income background percentage of more than 70% of students. The English learner weight that I mentioned earlier, Colorado had the lowest single weight for English learner students, but that will no longer be the case starting next year. The weight has been increased from 8% to 25%. A new special education weight is added to this formula. An additional 25% will be provided for each student with an IEP. This is in addition to existing funds that are provided outside of the formula that are allocated to high-cost special education services. A new locale factor weight is added as well. This weight is provided to districts designated as rural areas or towns and are classified as fringe, distant, or remote by the National Center of Education Statistics. These designations are determined by their distance to an urbanized area, and the weight ranges based on their designation by NCS, and it varies from 2.5% to 25%. And finally, the state has changed how the cost of living formula is applied to the formula overall. So previously, when there was a cost of living consideration, it was only applied to the portion of the base that was allocated to personnel costs, but it's now applied to the full base, and it will be recalculated every 2 years. Okay, so Mississippi, they adopted a new formula called the student funding formula, and that replaces their 27-year-old formula that the state used previously. The funding formula went into effect this year for 2024-2025, and it includes a 3-year hold harmless policy, so the implementation will be more immediate than in Colorado. The costs to the state to implement the formula are estimated to be $220 million. Some of the larger changes under this formula include a change to the base. So the base amount will now be $6,695 per student, and it has designated inflationary adjustments through 2028. It increases the low income weight from 5%, which is one of the lowest in the country, up to 30%, and also includes an additional weight of 10% for schools and districts, for school districts and charter schools where a low income count exceeds 35%. It adds an English learner weight. So previously, Mississippi was one of 2 states that did not provide funding, but now they have funding for English learners. It adds a weight for special education that ranges from an additional 60% for tier 1 students. That's students with a specific learning disability, with a hearing impairment, intellectual or emotional disability, and up to 130% for tier 3 services. That's students with visual impairments, deaf blindness, traumatic brain injury, or multiple disabilities. It adds a weight for a high school career and technical education of 10%. That wasn't a weight that many states have, but it has been increasingly gaining attention. And then finally, it adds a sparsity weight. So for districts with less than 8% of students per square mile, the size varies based on how much of the district student density ratio falls below the threshold of 8 students per square mile.
Lauren, can we pause just there because that was a lot of specific information. I just want to check and
Yeah,
see.
of
I know
course.
that Senator Gossage had a question, and then I see Director Rooker. So Senator Gossage.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. When I'm looking through these, first of all, the first thing that comes to my mind is how in the world do superintendents do this to try to take all of this data from each state and sit down and say, okay, let's go through all these calculations. Oh, my word. The low-income backgrounds that you were talking about, when we back up to that state map, and sorry, we just haven't had an opportunity to ask questions prior to this, so I.
Oh, no, that's okay. Let me just zoom back to the map.
Thank you. I appreciate the chair giving us an opportunity.
Okay, here's the map.
Yes, so on the map, when we talk about student-based and resource-based, and you were talking about the hybrids. So when we talk about student-based, we're referring to FTE, correct? And weighted FTE.
Yeah.
Okay. So then after that point, when they determine how much money they need, that's where we go to how many teachers are required to offer those services to that FTE.
Yeah, so that would be
Go ahead.
a district decision. Yeah.
So how does that differ from resource-based?
So in resource-based, instead of the funding following the student, so in a student-based model, the funding would be tied to the number of students. So with that base amount and then the multipliers. And then with a resource-based, the states are setting a target for how much they want to allocate towards that resource amount. So the funding's following that goal that they identify using data coming in around how much, for example, like a district wants to allocate towards that amount. Or if they want to set a target, for example, like I think the example that we used here was targeting a class size.
I'm not sure I still understand, but I'll do some more digging. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Director
Lauren,
Rooker.
may I try to
Yes,
clarify
Joel.
real quick?
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry.
No. So for the foundation formula based allocation, there is the base pupil amount that has the different weights that are multiplied against the pupil amount to determine a per pupil number for each student. In the resource based allocation, as Lauren was describing, there are certain ratios that are hit. For example, if there are 15 students in a class, that might trigger a paraprofessional for that classroom. Or if the school hits a certain number, that might trigger an additional vice principal for that school. Does that make sense? So
It does.
yes. Okay.
It does. However, I believe that's what we do. Perhaps I need to ask, because we base it on FTE, and then when it comes down to the funding, we look at how many additional teachers, how many additional para that we're going to need. So it starts with FTE and then goes to the funding model is how much that generates the resource that's needed. Am I misunderstanding that?
That's, if I may, that's more how special education works.
Right.
As far as determining the amount versus how it's distributed. But in general education, those decisions of how many staff, how many teachers are made at the local level. That doesn't trigger more or less funding per se.
Okay, thank you.
Does that,
Yes, that helps.
am I capturing that correctly? I hope I'm explaining that correctly. Okay, is that all you had, Senator Gossage? Okay, Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Two clarifying questions. When you were explaining the model, the compensation piece on the slide with the three circles, which you don't have to toggle to, but I'm curious, when you talk about the states that set a minimum salary for teachers, how do those states, how do you factor in the differences in wages across a given state based on the location, the comparable wage index that would dictate that in a certain community to attract a teacher? How is the minimum set as the appropriate minimum? I know districts would then have latitude to enhance and do things to incentivize, but how is that minimum reached? Is there a consistent methodology that you guys have identified?
I would say, and maybe Joel, if you can look, I'm pretty sure on on the teacher recruitment and retention database, which we haven't talked about. One of the elements that's featured, at least I think it's in that database, is how many states set a minimum amount of base teacher salary. I think that the method that they would use would be similar, and I'm sorry, this I'm not exactly sure, but would be to identify the needs based on the different feedback methods, so listening to community input. But like I mentioned, or like you mentioned, excuse me, every state has, or every district rather, would be able to then set their own amount, because we do know that the amount that is needed to attract a teacher to a different district is going to vary widely based on cost of living. And that does make setting a minimum challenging, because it really can vary so much across the state.
Okay, thank you. And then on the next slide related to Colorado in particular, the last bullet point related to cost of living, it says that it's applied to the full base amount and capped. I'm curious what method they use to cap. Because at some point, if you're trying to address inflation, there may be years when inflation is high. So I'm curious how you cap and still are adjusting appropriately.
Not entirely sure about that specific example, but we can definitely look into it and get back to you.
Thank you.
We can definitely find that out. I believe there probably is a percentage cap that could be applied. As Lauren mentioned, going back to your previous question, within our teacher recruitment and retention 50 state, there is a data point on how states require or encourage additional pay for those folks who work in higher cost of living or teacher shortage districts. So there is that data point that exists within there, but we'll go through and pull together some of that. With regard to the minimum salaries, I think that one of the things that Lauren and teams have found when they're looking at those is that while there are a handful of states who have those minimum salaries, the number of teachers who are actually making that number is relatively low within the state. So that may be part of the consideration as well.
Just one quick follow-up, Joel, if I may. Kansas uses a 3-year rolling average to adjust for inflation in our funding formula. I'm curious if that is the kind of approach that you see when like this is specific to Colorado, this question, but I'm curious across the country, how do you juggle? That was our attempt to manage the highs and lows of the way inflation fluctuates, to wrap arms around the process of budgeting to address inflation. And I know when we go through a period of several years of high inflation, it can be a lot, but it also smooths out the low points for districts, so they're not dealing with a radical difference from one year to the next when inflation drops. So I'm curious if there are alternative strategies and how that's handled. Thank you.
Absolutely. I would imagine that that's probably, or something similar to that is probably the mechanism in many states, but I'll certainly, we can look into it and see how else it might be handled to give you a better perspective on it.
Director Profit, then Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had similar thoughts on COLA caps and if there was a way to manage that and what those look like. And then similarly, if there are any floors. I mean, if you talk about ceilings, talking about floors as well, make sure you have a two-way corridor instead of just one-sided. More specifically, and I haven't had a chance to look at the 50-state comparison just yet, but as we're looking through some of these state examples, we see a wide range in the base, 4,500 up to 8,700. Is there a crosswalk that shows the comparison of a base by state relative to the proportion of state funding? You guys broke down the proportion earlier, where some states might be as low as 29% or as high as 85%. So the base is only one data point. Is there a crosswalk where we see what that means for the total pie?
I know that exists somewhere, and I will have to get it for you, and we can follow up with that.
Very good. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Petty, then Representative McDonald.
Thank you. Goes along with compensation. That question was asked by Director Rooker. In those states that have raised their, or have spoken in their legislation to a minimum salary level, did they reflect that in the budget amounts that were put into their the funding stream? Did they add new dollars for salary specifically?
I can't speak definitively to it because there's different states that take different approaches, but that would be intuitive, but we could definitely look into that for you.
Thank you.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the chart that shows the share of elementary and secondary revenues by source, I'm always curious about, on this local level, what percent was property tax versus income tax. If we could get that broken down, that would be helpful to me. I don't give a lot of, or never before gave a lot of thought to the different ways that education's funded across the state as far as local taxes go. And this job has certainly given me an education on how we raise funds and where we send them from different buckets. So if we could find out the percentage of property versus income tax per state, that would help.
Absolutely.
Yeah, we can look into that for you.
We are giving you a pretty good workload here, so we'll look forward to those responses. Any other questions before we move on from the task force? Seeing none, please continue.
Thanks. And thank you for your questions. We'll do our best to get some good responses right now for you all. So next we're gonna move to our toolkit, which is a document that you should have received, or you have received this morning, or will receive. So it's really exciting. In March, we released this new product, which is a K-12 school funding toolkit. The purpose of the toolkit was to serve as a guide to help state policymakers who are rewriting their funding formulas to ensure that they meet a goal of providing students, educators, and districts with the necessary resources to meet their education goals. So our work on the toolkit, it began actually last summer with a convening where we invited state policymakers and experts in K-12 funding to a convening to brainstorm the key elements of a funding formula. And so Chris Duncombe and I, Chris is our principle for K-12 funding, we took that information and then we condensed it into this toolkit. And if you're interested in seeing who was involved in this project or who we took feedback from, that's available in the toolkit as well. So with all of that incredible data, we then identified 5 principles that state leaders can look at as a guide for what they can strive to achieve with their school funding formulas. So we'll start with transparent as our first one. So in transparent funding formulas, students and families, teachers, and school leaders have a voice in designing how aid is distributed by the state to schools. So the formula is clear and understandable. Funding allocations are driven by instructional services that are delivered by teachers and staff to students. The state makes resources available to understand how much aid districts are going to receive and why. There are publicly available tools to see how districts are spending dollars and policy outcomes. So then as part of this work, we also identified what tools can policymakers use when they are trying to meet these goals. So the policy tools for a transparent funding formula, for policymakers who are looking to make their funding formulas transparent, they should consider including community input in drafting a funding formula. They should consider incorporating funding streams into a centralized funding formula, and consider publishing their data publicly so that the community has access to how dollars are being spent. The next principle that we identified was a student-centered formula. So in a student-centered funding formula, funding is allocated based on learning needs of the individual students in the district. District leaders have the flexibility to use state resources to meet those needs dependent on local contexts. The focus is on improving student outcomes and funding systems that encourage student growth. So to implement a student-centered funding formula, states can prioritize student-centered funding by enacting a student-based formula that allocates the majority of K-12 aid using enrollment counts and supplemental weights based on student characteristics and services, by allowing flexibility in how allocated dollars are spent locally, and then by encouraging districts to spend resources in ways that return positive results for students. Ample resources to pay staff. In an adequate funding formula, schools have ample resources to sufficiently pay staff and to provide services for students. Students can choose from a variety of courses, including advanced placement, dual enrollment, career and technical education, work-based learning, and extracurricular activities. Schools have sufficient staff so that students have manageable class sizes and access to learning specialists and mental health professionals. Everyone in the school building has access to safe learning and working conditions. And to implement an adequate funding formula, states should implement a research-informed base to ensure adequate per pupil funds. They should support strong teacher workforce through adequate wages and develop student pathways to post-secondary opportunities for all students so that all students can be successful in their lives and careers. The next principle is fair. So in a fair funding formula, states direct resources to where dollars can have the greatest impact for improving student learning. The state, in cooperation with districts, accurately identifies the learning needs of students and allocates aid based on information. Local districts are not expected to contribute more than their local tax base can support, and wealthier communities take on a larger share of supporting their local schools. A fair funding formula is one where resources are prioritized to schools where students have the most complex learning needs and to districts where the local resources are most limited. States can implement multiple policies to improve these efforts, including weighted funding, so that students could receive funding from their state commensurate with the cost of the services, incorporate funding for high cost services, and adjust for wealth differences created by local contributions. And then finally, sustainable. So in a sustainable funding formula, the state funding provided to districts is stable, and doesn't vary based on fluctuating economic conditions. States have a reserve fund and dedicated revenue to ensure state aid is sufficient and allocated in a dependable manner. Teachers and staff focus on student learning rather than worrying about job security. Changes or updates to funding are clearly communicated and phased in. So the policy tools available to make a formula sustainable is inflationary adjustments, stabilization funds, and dedicated revenue streams. Okay, that's all of the content we have. My contact info is here. And if you have any questions, we're happy to take them and try our best to answer them now or follow up if necessary. So thank you so much for having us today.
Thank you, Lauren and Joel. We appreciate it so much. And it's not a question as if there are questions from this group, how many? We will begin with Director Rucker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I am curious, since ECS has developed this toolkit, this looks really promising. I do have a group of your individual state profiles pulled, including our own. Have you used the principles of the toolkit to review the 50 state formulas to do an assessment of where states stand in terms of meeting the framework that you've laid out in the toolkit?
We haven't. We know that every state has their own approach, and that varies based on their context and how they identify the needs of their students. So we wouldn't necessarily be the ones to be comparing that information. We just want to provide policymakers with the tools they need to ensure that their formulas meet the needs of their students and communities.
Senator Petty.
Actually, my question was along that same line. So when I look at these policy priorities that you've just provided, and there are 5 of them, so you don't then use those to then and I haven't gone to your website, but I will, to then, for example, Colorado, who's just now put in place a new formula that won't be complete and totally in place for 6 years. Have you then used that to say this formula, or they have, as they planned their formula, met these standards, or even us, Kansas? As you were going through that, I think there have been years when we've been doing that, and there's been years when we have not. So you don't do that. You just lay them out there and then say, hey, this is best practice, and you should look at that as you're making your decisions.
Yeah, that's
Right,
correct.
yeah.
So we would identify. Oh, go ahead, Joel.
No. Go ahead. You're fine.
Yeah, so we would just identify the best practices within the toolkit. We highlight states that we feel like are meeting those principles, but we wouldn't necessarily want to point out someone who isn't meeting the principles.
More considerations than standards. We've said it before, but every state is able to set and develop their own priorities, and depending on the specific context of the states, even the populations may be similar. Rhode Island has different priorities than the folks in Kansas, so it's y'all's discretion to determine where those priorities fit, but we just wanted to help provide some guidelines and considerations. And as Lauren mentioned, there are, I think, perhaps some exemplars that are pulled out in the toolkit. But as far as our day-to-day work, we're not in the business of reviewing or providing value judgments.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Senator Gossage.
Thank you again for your presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair. When I'm looking at the comparison, it's blue in our packets from yesterday, there were certain states that were picked out. These look like they are primarily Midwestern states. But I've been hearing some good things coming out of Florida. Do we have any data from Florida that we could take a look at?
Florida is included in the 50-state comparison. If we're happy to look into what Florida is doing with their funding model and provide you more information. Do you have something specifically a focus or just like a general overview of Florida's model?
It looks like there were, of the 50-state comparisons, we pulled out a few that were from the Midwest, so would I go to the website
Oh, I
and maybe
see.
see some of the rest and see some of the other states? Very helpful. Also, the headings, like, for example, we have the special education funding and primary school model. And it says for Kansas, no. I'm not familiar with that model. Is there somewhere I could find information on that?
The definitions for each model should be available within the website.
Okay.
And so it'll explain what each category is referring to.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lorna, you were going through and talking about the different characteristics of funding models, and you talked about the student-centered, and the one that really caught my attention underneath that was the accountability for outcomes. Do we have examples in the 50 states of states that have some accountability for outcomes, and what do they look like if they are?
We're talking about that measure. It can vary widely between states, but we're happy to look into it and then provide a more extensive written report because it does vary widely.
Okay, thank you.
We did also, I'll mention, I don't want to keep plugging the website, but we did recently publish a new 50-state comparison on state accountability systems that might be of interest as y'all are looking at that. And I believe with regard to the previous representative's question, if it's helpful, would be happy to pull out the Florida information from the 50-state comparison into sort of a mini case study, if that would be helpful or of interest.
Well, it seems like a little bit of a footnote almost there, but I feel like that the bottom line is that outcomes are what we're all about, or should be. So anyway, thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, and as I have spent a lot of time on their website because it is really interesting to look at some of the trends in school finance formula. And to your point, Representative, I am seeing, and I don't know that we really have anything longitudinal to see how it's working, but I do see more states considering how to direct resources to positive outcomes. Let's reward more of what we want to see. We know that what we reward, we get more of, right? And I do see that it's very difficult in a funding formula. So there are a couple of examples that I've seen out there that are trying to do that. But we know how difficult it is to provide that in a timely manner and to transition. I mean, you know, we don't look at this or change this. We know how difficult this process is. But I do see some unique things popping up in formulas that I don't think were there 5 or 10 years ago that we will be taking a look at for consideration. So anything else for Lauren or Joel? I think you're good. Thank you so much. If you can get that information and send it, I know you've been in communication with Matthew and Jennifer and Nicole. If you could send that to them so they could distribute the requested information to the rest of the task force, that would be much appreciated.
Absolutely. Thank you all so much for having us today. And I know you've got a long day ahead of you, so good luck.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Much appreciated, and it'll be very helpful. So we will now move on to the next item on the agenda, which is a review of state school funding statutes. And I believe that Tamara Lawrence from the Revisor's Office will be providing that for us. And an extra handout apparently coming our way.
Good morning, committee. I am Tamara Lawrence with the Office of Revisor of Statutes. You should have a memorandum in your materials that looks like this. It says Revisor of Statutes at the top. That is the document I am going to be speaking from today. I have been asked to go over some of the educational programs that have been created in statute that have some kind of funding or financial element to them, but aren't typically thought of as being part of the Kansas School Equity and Enhancement Act. The idea is that you are aware of these programs and you'll have a reference as you move forward looking at education funding as a whole. So before I begin, I just want to say that just as important as the programs as I am going to go over are the programs I am not going to go over. So if you look at the very back page of the document, there are two lists there. The first list is programs or funds or state aid that are statutory, but outside the scope of this request. So things like equalization aid formulas, virtual school state aid, the Kansas Academy of Math and Sciences, those types of programs that are statutory, but not part of the request for this presentation. The second list is programs that have been created or maintained outside of state statute, such as by budget proviso. And this list includes programs like the Safe and Secure Schools. My disclaimer before I begin is that I do not guarantee that any list or chart in this document is exhaustive. So if you know of other programs or have additional information that might improve what's before you, please let me know and we'll be happy to update our documents. So now if you look at the chart that starts on page 2, I'm going to provide a brief description of these programs and you can reference the chart for more details. The chart does include the statutory site because these are statutory programs. When the program was enacted and when it was last amended and recent funding for that program. And I would just like to express my appreciation to KLRD and Jennifer in particular for the information on the funding piece. So if you do have any questions on the funding column, please direct those questions her way, or if you ask them to me, I will direct them her way. So getting into the specifics of the programs. The first that I'm going to look at is the educational services for students at the Flint Hills Job Corps Center, psychiatric residential treatment facilities, or juvenile detention facilities. So if a school district does provide educational services to students at those facilities, the school district is eligible to receive a grant of state monies. The amount of that grant is determined by the State Board of Education. The school district does have to certify the amount that it expended and was not otherwise reimbursed or financed. And the statute does provide how the State Board is to determine that amount. The second program is for school food assistance. State law does provide that each Board of Education is entitled to receive 6 cents for each type A meal served under an approved school lunch program. Next is the National Board for Professional Teaching Standards Certification Incentive Program. That is a lot of words. This is also referred to as the Governor's Teaching Excellence Scholarships. This program was established to reward teachers who have attained certification from that national board. This certification does require completion of a 2-part assessment covering 4 component content areas. If so certified, teachers are issued a master teacher's license by the state board that is valid for 10 years. State law authorizes teachers who are so certified and employed by a school district to receive an incentive bonus of $1,000 for each school year. Additionally, the state board may provide scholarships of $1,100 to teachers who have been accepted to participate in the program for initial certification and $500 for renewal of their certification. The next program I'm going to discuss is the Professional Development Program. Each Board of Education is required to establish and maintain a professional development program. The State Board is to allocate and distribute state aid in an amount, state aid for professional development in accordance with state law and appropriation acts. Each school district is eligible to receive an amount determined by the State Board based on priorities established through a needs assessment survey. Statute does provide a limit on the amount that can be allocated to each district, and you can see that in the chart or in the statute. Along the same lines as the mentor teacher program, school districts may establish a mentor teacher program to provide probationary teachers with professional support and assistance of a mentor teacher. The mentor teacher then may receive a stipend. This is subject to appropriation. School districts may receive an amount not to exceed $1,000 per mentor teacher who is participating in the program. Next is the Computer Science Professional Learning Grants. Subject to appropriation, the State Board may award grants to high-quality professional learning providers to develop and implement teacher professional development programs for required computer science courses. Next is the Skills for Success in School Program Grants. This program allows the State Board to award grants to school district for school improvement plans designed to identify students in kindergarten through 3rd grade who need educational assistance and provide specialized instructional interventions, programs, and strategies to those students until the student attains appropriate grade level skills. Next, I'm going to talk about career and technical education. So state law provides that high school students are not to be charged tuition, but may be charged fees for enrollment in CTE programs. And subject to appropriations, the State Board of Regents is to distribute state funds to the community colleges and technical colleges for the costs associated with those students attending those CTE programs. There's also the CTE incentive program. So subject to appropriations, the State Board of Regents makes an award to school districts with at least one student to obtain an industry-recognized credential in an amount of $1,000 for each student who graduates from high school in that district. Next is the Parent Education Program. Again, subject to appropriations. Each school district that develops and operates a parent education program is eligible to receive a grant in an amount determined by the State Board, but that grant cannot exceed the actual expenses incurred by the school district. The next program is the Educable Deaf Blind Program. This program authorizes some additional funding for schools and institutions that educate deaf students and blind students. These funds may be spent on evaluation and diagnosis, room board, tuition, transportation, and other relevant items to the education of those children. Next, we have the ACT Work Keys program. Now, I know I said at the top that this presentation was on programs that are outside the School Equity and Enhancement Act. This program actually is in Article 51, the School Equity and Enhancement Act, but the money for this program does not flow through the mathematical elements of the formula, so I did include this as well. So this program requires the State Board to provide the ACT, pre-ACT, and 3 work keys assessments at no cost to students. Next is driver education. So state law establishes the State Safety Fund. This fund is funded through driver's license fees, and it does allow the State Board to reimburse approved driver education courses. And reimbursement is available to both school districts and community colleges who conduct approved driver education courses. Oh, and students who attend approved courses at accredited non-public schools as well is included. Next, we just heard from them, the Education Commission of the States. So state law provides that compensation and expenses of Kansas members of this commission are paid by different entities depending on the entity that the member represents. For members who aren't regents, legislators, or the governor, the State Board of Education is to pay for member compensation and expenses. And last but not least, the Kansas Educator Registered Apprenticeship Grant Program. This program awards grants to education apprentices for tuition, fees, books, and materials to obtain post-secondary degrees for the purpose of increasing the number of qualified credentialed teachers in the state. So that is the quick hits of a lot of different statutory programs. Please let me know if there's any program you would like additional information on. Again, Jennifer is available for questions on the funding, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
What questions do we have at this point? Doesn't surprise me. Tamara knocks it out of the park. But I thought it was important as we proceed in our work to understand, because I think a lot of times there's confusion over what's in the Constitution, what's in statute, like I said yesterday, what's, district level policy or best practice. And so this was just a quick overview. And just as a reminder on this topic is there's 2 areas of the formula that are expiring, which is our main charge to deal with. And that is the state foundation aid and the supplemental state aid. Those are the 2. Now, we can look at anything we want to, but those are the 2 that we must have completed, because those are the two, and that includes, of course, all the base and weightings and all of that, but those are the two that we have to have. But while we are assembled and have the opportunity beyond that, if we want to look at additional, programs outside of those, then I just want to make sure we understand what fits in which bucket and where our priority needs to be at the outset. So any questions or comments about this? Yes, Dr. Hartwick.
I just had a quick question for Tamara. So does the expiration date, does that apply to all of Section 51 or just the KESA part?
Tamara.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. KSA 725176 provides the sunset for the act, and it is one sentence that says the Kansas School Equity and Enhancement Act, KSA 725131 through 725176 shall expire on July 1, 2027. So it specifically lists the range of statutes.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I see some of these say fiscal year 24, 0, fiscal year 25, 0, fiscal year 26, 0. I appreciate that it says subject to appropriations. I think that's the part that the public doesn't always understand is in there. We say 92%, or we say we've fully funded education, but that subject to appropriations part is the asterisk we always put. On these that we've paid nothing into them the last several years, I'd be curious to know, when did we last pay something for them, and why are they still in the books if it's not been a priority for multiple years? So that's just my first thought when I looked at this document. It's very helpful.
I see notes being made to look into that for you, Representative. Anything else before we move on? Yes, Superintendent Gibson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I think one of the things when I look at the back sheet, one of the things that may be of interest to the group down the road is looking at capital improvement, particularly changes in bond and interest over the years, and how that has changed in regards to state funding versus local funding. Thank you.
I'm making note of that. Thank you. Anything else? Okay, thank you, Tamara, for that information. Very helpful. We will now turn our attention to an overview of KLRD support documents. And I see Jennifer getting up. So Jennifer Light from KLRD.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the committee. I'm Jennifer Light, if you don't remember from yesterday or the introduction a second ago. Matt and I are going to tag team this same as we did yesterday. So the first document that is in your packet that I'm going to talk about looks like so on the front. It's states ranked according to per pupil public elementary secondary school system finance amounts. And this is for fiscal year 2023. One of the questions we were asked to provide was additional information as to where Kansas was as far as per pupils across the states. So this is the front two pages is the revenue and the spending in fiscal year 23, which was the most current on the U.S. Census Bureau. For the 50 states, they are listed in their ranking order. So for K-12 revenue totals, Kansas is ranked 31 per pupil. From federal sources, Kansas is ranked 33. From state, we are all the way up, back on the first page, to 14 in rankings. And from local, it is 44. And then for spending in fiscal year 2023, Kansas was ranked 29th in total spends, and then in instruction spending only, it's ranked 28. The maps behind it just kind of give you a quick, if you wanted a demographic of where all the states are for these numbers. So the tables all just match the numbers from the front pages. So that kind of gives you a quick overview of where Kansas is standing as far as per pupil for school finance. Happy to stand for questions on that specific document as we go along, or I can talk through a couple of others.
So I, just a quick question. So is this adjusted for cost of living?
Not to my knowledge from the US Census, but I can double check.
Makes perfect sense to me that California, because of the cost of living, that they would have to, but I just want to know, because to me, that definitely can make the results of that a little bit different. Director Rickert, and then Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, thank you for this. Can you just help walk us through the methodology? What is factored into the revenue to get to, for example, the elementary, secondary revenue from state resources shows up as 10,702. I just would like to know what's included in that.
I do not have that information up here with me. This was pulled directly from the US Census's website. I can go back and get that information for you and just do a follow-up with what they have. My understanding is that this is information they get reported from the state, but I can double check that information.
While you're doing that, the maps on the back are interesting. I'm curious, as these maps show federal sources, state sources, local sources, how, if you could determine how they are addressing our 20 mill levy, which is local property tax levied and then funneled to the state to be redistributed through the formula. So is that showing up as state or local sources?
Madam Chair, we count that as part of the state aid that goes back out. And it is Kansas that is reporting this information to the Census Bureau, but I will double check where it's being counted in this specific document that was prepared by the Census Bureau.
Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And that was my question about COLA. So I was just wondering if we could get it adjusted, because I know clearly that's not adjusted. So that would be helpful.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Jennifer, for some reason, I can't pull this up. I don't know if this has been sent electronically or not. But you mentioned that when it comes to local aid, you said 40th?
44th in local aid per pupil, 4,371.
So help me understand what that actually means.
So if you are looking at, when we're looking at the first four columns, we are looking at the revenue side for K-12. The first one would be the K-12 revenue in total coming in for schools per pupil in each state. Then it's broken out for the federal, state, and local, as we've had these discussions about how much money is coming in for each student. So for Kansas, we're talking about that it'd be 2,345 in fiscal year 23 for federal, 10,702 in state, and then 4,371, which puts us at, if the math all maths correctly, a total of 17,000-ish per pupil in the state. So it's giving you a breakdown of each section of the funding that come from each source as a per pupil, because that has been a part of the discussion, is how much is the state, how much is federal, and how much is local. But in the end, the total revenue coming in for Kansas would be, for fiscal year 23, was 17,417, according to the Census Bureau. On the other side, when we talk about how much money is going out spending-wise, so you get the money that is appropriated, the revenue coming in, and then you get how much we actually spent. And that is what the last two columns are dealing with. One is K-12, the first column is the K-12 spending total, which we spend a lot of time talking about. And then they also had an instruction breakdown, and as that's been part of the questions that has been being discussed in the last several sessions of this task force, we wanted to include that information as well. So 14,847 was spent in total per pupil for spending in fiscal year '23. And then of that, 8,902 was spent on instruction. Outside of instruction, there's the capital improvements, there's the capital outlay, there's the, excuse me, the other sections that go into the school funding, but the instruction section is something that you had requested more information on, so we wanted to ensure we got that for you.
Thanks. I can see that. I'll see if I have any further questions. Thank you.
Okay, I saw Director Rooker, Senator Gossage, then Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jennifer, I think I know the answer to this, given the source of the figures on this document, but I think our own revisers have done an analysis of constitutional requirements across the country, if memory serves. I think the interplay of the difference in different state constitutional requirements and frankly, case law indicates that if memory serves, the reason Kansas local sourced funding is lower is because of the equity side of our school finance litigation and the approach taken to that, because we've wanted to reduce the need for state equalization aid. Therefore, we've limited the amount of local sources of funding so that we cap the amount of responsibility the state has to provide equalization aid if I have a handle on what led us to where we are. And I would welcome any thoughts from the team that has followed that piece of our Kansas school finance history.
I will make the commitment that we will look at that in terms of why it looks so odd. And I think part of it does have to do with the 20 mills. I mean, I think that could possibly be making those numbers look different because, of how we handle the 20 mills.
In other words, we either want them recognized as local effort or we want them recognized as state effort, therefore it's skewing those
It may not,
balances.
that may very definitely, in my view, be making those numbers, but we need that clarification as to why ours. I think it's more than just looking at face value, the difference between state and local, but I think clarification on why, and if that's the case, if we attributed that to local effort, then what would that do? Right.
Well, and I think a question for this committee is whether or not we want to dwell on whether that difference matters, right? I don't know that that's the most relevant thing, but I think I think the framework of why certain things are the way they are is an important baseline for us.
Okay, I have my list going. I will put you down. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to kind of go along with what we've just heard from Jennifer from the census, and then what we heard earlier, that state is paying a little more. It looks like it's more balanced, local and state, in the presentation that we had earlier, but the federal looks about right. The federal overall, it says, was 10.6, and when I do my math calculations here, it looks like it's 13.5 as far as the federal portion of the total revenue. And then according to this, would be 61 and 25. So I think that what's most relevant here is what was mentioned, that it may appear that local is lower than it actually is, but the important thing is the total amount. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had a thought, like a follow-up thought and then a question. I appreciate Director Rooker's question about constitutional requirements for different states because each state has their own constitution. And if there's a document that spells that out in any way, I would be really curious to see you know, what does the Constitution of Alabama, for instance, require versus the Constitution of Kansas? But my question, I'm looking at this chart, and I'm wondering how we define instruction. I think sometimes we get, there are big words, and we don't really drill down on exactly what constitutes money spent on instruction. Because I may have a different definition than you, but they probably have a definition. I just don't know if we know where.
When I send out the follow-up, I'll make sure to include the definitions for instruction as well.
Thank you so much.
There is a definition, I believe it comes from KSDE, maybe the, what do you call that now? It's had 100 different names. The general guideline that districts use to know what counts in that 1001 line, that instruction definition. Am I tracking that correctly, Dr. Harwood?
That's true for Kansas. We want to make sure that that definition matches what the Census Bureau is using, because sometimes it gets defined differently. So having that spelled out from both of those will make a difference in how things are getting reported. So I think that's important.
Okay, so let's take a look at both the definitions, the one the Census Bureau and the one that we have for instruction, just for a comparison and clarification purposes. Did you have anything else, Representative McDonald?
I really would appreciate that. We talk a lot about dollars to the classroom, and I think it's misleading if you don't understand the accounting, right? So it would be helpful for me to understand. Thank you.
And I have been told by staff that the revisor's office does have the document on the constitutional of the states, and they will provide that. Representative Estes.
Thank you. The instruction and non-instruction caught my attention as well. Because if you take our total, you subtract what's spent on instruction, then you see that 6,764 is non-instruction. So I'm curious about the further definition, because if you take that and look at it in a percentage, that means 59% went to instruction and 41% went to non-instruction. So I really want to delve down into that and compare how they did it to our reality, but I think it'll come up in a future conversation. And I just kind of quickly went down the chart a little bit, and by comparison, Washington D.C. 64% instruction and 36 non-instruction. So I think some of these are high, but I certainly think that it kind of looked to me like we might have one of the highest gaps. So that detail of the definitions is important, and KSDE's definitions are important to me as well.
Along those lines, I'd kind of like to see our trend over the last 5 to 10 years. Are we increasing or decreasing the amount of instruction versus non-instruction? That would be helpful as well. Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just a quick follow-up. So on this, it might be easy if we just, if research just took a look at taking the 20 mils out of the state portion, which is about 874 million, and adding it in the local amount, and just see where we fall with that, if that would help alleviate some of the concerns. And then second of all, looking at, I know we're on this sheet here, but coming back to this sheet, when we're just making sure that all of the revenues or all the expenditures for Kansas are being counted, I'm assuming that it's including every single thing. It's including the mental health, it's including the safe and secure, it's including everything.
Which other document are you referring to? Could you give me the title of it?
I'm just saying that in this sense, when it's total expenditures for every state, they would be using our reported totals, which would probably be consistent with this, which would be every single item, even those above the finance formula, correct?
It would be the items being reported to the U.S. Census Bureau. I'll have to go look and see what the email is that they send out asking for the information.
Okay, and I know we're going to get to it later, but I was just looking at this document that you had provided, and it just looks like in 3 years, in just the state general fund, with all those additional items above the finance formula, we increased expenditures by 25%. So at some point, Madam Chair, I'd like to really look at the increases that we have made to public education that I don't think people are really talk about. 25% since 2022 is a significant increase, and I think it would probably exceed the rate of inflation during that same time frame. And therefore that means the taxpayers' income is probably not up 25%. And I do think we need to be cognizant of how that's hitting our taxpayers.
Dr. Harwood.
So I think Representative Williams said that the 20 mills was 874 million, which was, I guessed 875, so I redid the math. So that's 1750 per student because we have about 500,000 students. So we would drop to 29th for the state and get up to about 32nd on local. So it would bring, if you switch that, it brings us in line much more with the rest of the places we are. I don't know that there's any way that didn't get done that way. The other thing, I think if we look at the increase from 2022 to the inflationary, if I remember the Gannon decision, that's actually inflationary since from 2008. So we'd want to make sure that that was an adjustment back to what would have been the inflationary, I guess, effect of actually implementing Montoy in 2008. So I think that was part of Gannon, was to make up for not keeping up with inflation. And so I think that's going to be an important part to look at as well.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know this is going to come up again because there were some requests from Representative Estes and myself. And so I do think there's a document that answers that. But there is a document that we used a couple years ago that did go back to 2008, and it did show that even counting from 2008 to current, it was about 138% increase, CPIU increase. So we were exceeding the rate, and that was including capers. If you took capers out, then it dropped down to like 118% or something. For that, because of that, comment, because it's historical and we want context, can we, Jennifer, get that original document that I gave you that goes back to 2008 and bring it all the way forward and see where we are? Because I think we really did exceed the rate of inflation, because it was at 48% in that same time frame, and it went from 2008 to 2020. So we would need to bring it forward to 2024. I know you have it not from that time frame, but I think that would be really helpful. In addition, there is some information that KSD has that's no longer on the website, so we can't access it, or certainly not easily. And that is when we changed the state assessment in 2015. So we can't access how kids were doing in 2015, but pulling that forward as well at the same time and seeing, okay, we've added more money. Can we see the improvements?
Representative Williams, I have that information. I pulled it and crunched the numbers from KSDE, but I do have a chart here that very clearly, I went back to 1998, actually, year by year, and showed our rate of spending versus rate of inflation, what we are spending and what we would have been spending per the rate of inflation from the CPIU. And I went back further than that, but just going from the 2008, every single year since 2008, our expenditures per pupil has exceeded the rate of inflation considerably. And so I would like verification of that, because I pulled the numbers. So we've had this debate many, many times, and I know we've pulled this information frequently, and the data that I continue to get from KLRD and from my own research is we have exceeded the rate of inflation every year. We're going to go ahead and follow this line before Senator Petty, I know you're on my list, but we're going to go ahead and hash this out before we move on. Dr. Nunswander.
Well, I think it'd be helpful when we go back and we look at each year the new revenue that was added, if we could have it in whether it was added to what could be the base state aid that could be used for instruction. I mean, categories, whether it was bond and interest that year cost this much, because there was money going in every year. It would be helpful each year to have what category that went to. Because on the user end, what could be used for instruction is different than what was caused by bond and interest going up. So there was more money every year. So when we do that, it would be nice to have it by.
You don't have your mic on?
It's on.
Come close.
Oh, sorry. It would be nice to know what category caused, where that money went each year. So when we look at it, we know if it went up 160 million, was it bond and interest? Was it, what was it each year? Because that makes a difference in what caused it to go up.
That could be helpful, but I will say, in my opinion, at the end of the day, that is education funding. And in the conversations where I hear, well, we're making up because we didn't keep up with inflation, never has that been delineated, well, we need to consider that. I think it would be helpful information. But in the general context of looking, has education expenditures exceeded the rate of inflation? And every objective measure I have been able to see and ask staff, it has. Now, breaking it down into categories, I think would provide some additional depth of insight, but I just think we can do that, and I see Jennifer wanting to jump in. Jennifer.
This seems like a pretty appropriate time to mention a lovely 11 by 17 piece of paper that is folded in your folders. It is titled, when you open it up, the Kansas Comparative Information Fiscal Year 2007 to Fiscal Year 2024. The front side of it includes, or the side that was inside. Okay, there are two sides to this, one that has a blue section on top, one that has just orange. When Dr. Neuenswander mentioned that it'd be good to know which categories information went up on, the orange-only side has the major categories of state aid as we break it out in the state aid tables that we usually do, in the governor's comparison report, and that includes the totals for the major categories of state aid, both full totals of the categories, and then without the CAPERS non-USDs. Then we break it into the state foundation aid, supplemental state aid, special education, capital outlay, capital improvement state aid, CAPERS non-USDs, and then we put the enrollment numbers in as well, so you can look at that information. This is statewide, this is not districts. This is statewide, year by year. At the bottom of that, it also includes a timeline that you can see where Montoy begins the remedy, when Gannon was filed, when we went to the block grant, when we moved back when we moved over to the KSEA, and then when Gannon closed at the end of 24. So, well, in the middle of 24. So when you're discussing that sort of information, you may want to take a look at this before, or to be able to look at that information as well. On the other side of this document, it's in the blue section, we've included the assessment data that we have for ELA and math for the different years, and then did a per pupil breakout, and we included the inflation information using the CPIU Midwest annual. We are using the April to March numbers because that's what we use when we're calculating the CPIU increases as we move forward during the consensus estimates. So we provided you the annual number, the percent change, the 3-year average, and then at the bottom of that section, it also has the percent change from 2007. So as you continue this discussion, we did prepare a document that hopefully will be able to help with those discussions. If there's other additional information that you would like to see, happy to go ahead and continue to adjust these documents as the committee thinks it's necessary. But that is one of the documents I was going to talk about, so I just wanted to get that in there since we were already going down the road of discussing the different categories. And with that, I'd be happy to stand for questions on this document or can let you continue your own discussions, Madam Chair.
never give a couple of data nerds a chart like this. I'm just like digging in. So, but thank you for this. I do, before we move on, because I have a feeling we can come back to this as we move forward, Jennifer, through the documents. I don't want to forget Senator Petty, and then we'll come to Senator Gossage. Okay, Senator Petty.
Sometimes it takes so long to get that off mute. So I'm just, and Jennifer, that sheet front and back should be a lot of information, but so this table that that I almost forgot where we came from, but it's from the census, correct?
Madam Chair, the table that was the states ranked according to per pupil is from the census. I did get confirmation from the other staff members that the 20 mills is counted in the state section. So we do have confirmation that that's where it is included in the census data, just so we have that on record as well. And then the second document that I just referred to is KLRD information that's and pulled from KSD's websites, NAEP scores from from that site, and then DOB and KLRD documents for the actual financing.
So when it comes to the census table, we are overall, when it comes to revenue in K-12, we're ranked 31st among the 50 states. Am I looking at that correctly?
In fiscal year 2023, with those numbers, we were ranked 31st. Yes.
Right.
For revenue. For spending, we were ranked 29th. So there is a difference. The revenue coming in ranked 31st, spending 29th.
29th, again, 29th among the 50 states. So I think that's important because as we're looking at, and we look at other states and their spending levels, as we look at state funding formulas, I think this is a factor whether we are, we certainly would not be considered to be of the Cadillac version of spending on K-12 education when we compare to other states. So I think that's an important figure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome, Senator Petty. The chair had to step away. Senator Gossage is next.
Thank you, Representative. The simple question, and I don't know if you know the answer, Jennifer. So on the first chart that you gave us, it shows 17,417 total revenue per pupil, correct?
Yes.
Okay, but yet on spending it shows 14,847 total. Do we have any idea why the discrimination between those two numbers?
I do not have that information up here with me. I'm happy to look into this more as to what the difference is for why the revenue coming in could be different from the spending. There are a couple of, there are a couple of things that come to mind immediately. You know, when you're paying for capital outlay for textbooks, sometimes that is not spent the same year as the revenue comes in. Same thing with capital improvement and other capital outlay figures. So it's most likely due to something like that, but I can double check.
Just curious, because it would seem at some point that would catch up. You know, you're paying for last year's capital outlay with this year's money. But I noticed that with the U.S. it's 20,000 and then the spending is 16.5. So seems to be universal. Just wondered if we had any information on that. I realize this is just census data and I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Coach or Vice Chair.
You're welcome. I'm looking for anybody else. Director Rooker, and then I have a question for Jennifer as well. Director, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Trying to capture this as a question, and again, I think reviser memos maybe help tell a story. I've got an overview provided in 2023 from the revisor's office just to capture the Gannon Tamara, it's the 2023 Special Committee on Education, constitutional requirements of Article 6, and a summary of Gannon 4's analysis regarding academic outputs. I just want to get us thinking about the constitutional tests that Gannon required. The equity piece is outlined in this memo as we will be equitable when districts have reasonably equal access to substantially similar educational opportunity through similar tax effort. And then I think what's important is that as we're looking at lots of test data and whatnot, the adequacy test actually is anchored on whether the public education finance system was reasonably calculated to have all students meet or exceed the Rose capacities. So yes, our student assessment scores are one of the factors. They were noted and reviewed in the process of exploring Gannon. They were not the sum total. And I on our list of future conversation topics, I think some of this would be helpful. I won't ask the revisers get up today, but if we could, at the appropriate time, explore that element of it, what the Rose capacities actually mean, what all of that actually, how that factors in. And I think my question to get to that is, in terms of starting at 2007 versus 2009, I think the nuance there, 2009 was the Montoy target year, which was never reached. So the theory of Gannon that was submitted by the legislature in 2017 was that if we used that target number, which was defined, it was a specific base number. If we calculated forward and adjusted for inflation, where would we be today? The remedy was a multi-year phase-in. We know we had to come back several times to get the inflation adjustment correct. I think it's relevant, and I am curious if we could think about two new baselines. 2009 as that starting point. That was a year affected by the recession. The target was not reached because of 5 rounds of budget cuts necessitated by external influences. The target was met in 2023. It was the year we achieved the Gannon target, adjusted for inflation. So my question is, can we explore the differences between the factors that were calculated into what I'm curious about the spreadsheet that we will receive that has been referenced about the rate of inflation over that time. I know we're using the CPIU, but what elements were drawn into the calculation? Do they differ from what the court calculated? Because the analysis of the inflation adjustment was really reviewed in the Gannon process, and we were given back instructions in 18 and 19 for how to meet that responsibility. The phase-in took us to the 2023 was the year that we met our goal. So we're now adjusting annually to stay in compliance. So I would like a refresh on how the court reviewed inflation versus how the spreadsheet does. When appropriate time would be when we receive that spreadsheet, I think.
Thank you. Jennifer, my question for you is, I was looking at the footnote on the chart that we are on, and it says the source is the annual survey of school system finances, and I tried to look that up, and unfortunately, I don't know why my computer won't open up the files. when they're downloaded, our security system may see something in them that they don't want to open. But I think my question might be for you and also for Dr. Harwood. Do you know who they surveyed or what their source data was? Did they just look at what states had available and use that data that way, or did they reach out to the State Department of Education? And Dr. Harwood, I see you, so
I don't
I'll
know
start with
off
you.
the top of my head, so we can look into it, though.
Okay,
We'll
thank you.
work with KLRD to make sure we have the definitions, both ours, what we use, and then if it's different from what the census uses, and how they get their information.
Because they had individual unit tables, and if I could have opened up ours, I think that would have answered some of our questions, but it just won't open. Jennifer, do you know anything about how they got that?
I don't have that information up here with me. It's been a minute since I looked at the data source itself, so I'd like to have a chance to go back and look at that before answering.
Thank you.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I have a question about the per pupil funding. And so on the back side, it has, and by the way, this is great. I hadn't turned the page over when I asked my original questions. Okay, so on the back side, it has the enrollment, and it looks like since 2007 that we've lost some students, and it's about a 1.79% reduction over that time period. So I just went ahead and did the total expenditures divided by the student population for the first and last year, 24 and 2007. And in doing so, our per pupil funding doubled. So then I go over to this other side here, and we have the total funding in Kansas per pupil, the increases. So we see that 11,000 to 18,000. And then we also down lower, you have it adjusted for inflation. Okay, so my question is, I want to make sure I'm doing this appropriately, and then I'm not wrongly looking at this. So my question is, it has the percent increase over time, and it just does it year by year. Do you have a total for that total funding in Kansas per pupil over that time span? Because we have the CPIU in that same time span of 49.8, but what's that total increase? Is that anywhere that I'm missing for per pupil funding?
Madam
It
Chair,
may
that
be
is
here.
not currently on this document from the increase from 2007. I can get that information and get it added to the document for a future version of the document, or I can send that out as its own information in the meantime, but it's not currently on the document itself.
I think that would be great. And then just if later you can just check my work on enrollment compared to total expenditures and be sure that I'm doing that correctly. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd also like to, just as a quick reminder, I know that sometimes there's confusion, the enrollment section below, and this is just as a general reminder, that we are talking about FTEs and not head count when those numbers are out there. So those numbers are FTE, not number of bodies in the room.
Representative Getz. Representative Getz, did you have a question? Okay, sorry, you were on the list. Any other questions at this point for Jennifer? Okay, seeing none.
Okay, the final document I am going to just reference for you is the 2 slides COVID-19 relief funding. There were questions that were asked about how much money Kansas has spent in COVID relief money. And so the front side of it is the ESSER funding. This is all buckets of ESSER, ESSER 1, 2, and 3. And then the backside is all other COVID relief funding. That would include the GEAR and IANS, IDEA, USDA, and then the Children's Cabinet. And so I didn't prepare a lot of information on this. I think the table basically speaks for itself, but happy to stand for questions or get further information for you. But we did want to make sure we provided information about the ESSER and federal relief funds that have come in and been used over the last 5 years.
So Jennifer, I know at the federal level, there was talk of any unspent ESSER funds being clawed back. Is that accurate? If so, how and how does that affect Kansas? What's the status of that? Can you kind of give us a little update if you're aware of that? I know that came from left field, but.
So I do know that the order came through for the money to be returned. I know Kansas was putting in an appeal for that. And that is the last information I have. Dr. Harwood may have a little bit more recent information, but that is as much as I know currently.
Dr. Harwood.
So all of the school district money was spent by December 31st. There was about 20, well, this what's left, so there was more before that. But at the time of the order, there's about $22 million in state funds that had not been expended. It's not clawing back. It's because we have to expend the funds before we can draw them down. So on March 28th, we received a notice that they weren't going to pay anymore, regardless of what costs we'd already incurred in the first quarter, because that's how we bill things. Our application was partially denied with two things that had not been decided on yet. However, there was a federal court ruling in New York yesterday that said they can't do that. Doesn't apply to Kansas because we were not party to the lawsuit. So we have 30 days to appeal the cancellation of the late liquidation that had been approved last fall. So at this point, it's still up in the air, and it's about $22 million. Most of that, which was going to be spent on letters, or the largest portion of that, was to be spent on letters trading.
Okay, so that helps provide some distinction between, how much in clawback and so forth and how that process worked. Because I know that there's been a lot of talk in the last couple of weeks about that. So thank you for the update on that.
I think the important part of that is that, so there's about $1.5 million that we had already incurred expenses for that they have not reimbursed us for. So that's one part of it. And then there's the other 20 million that we had not incurred expenses for, but they're saying we can't spend. So there's two different sides of it. The clawback sounds like we got the money and now they're going to take it back. We never got it because we can't draw it down until we've already paid the expense. So.
Okay, thank you. Representative Hill, did you have? Oh, I thought I saw your hand shoot up. Just stretching, I think. Okay. Any other questions at this point on that? Okay.
I'm going to turn it over to Matthew for a couple of other ones.
Okay, Matthew.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the task force. So I'll kind of go quickly or to some degree go over the remaining 4 documents that we provided for support. So the first one is a white page covered in tables that's a front and back. This is just aggregations of state assessment scores for 2015 through 2024. All of the tables are for all grades statewide, and then we just grabbed kind of some different groups that we thought the committee might be interested in, and of course, they're always happy to get scores in any additional breakdowns the committee would like. So we have all students, again for all grades statewide, free and reduced lunch, free lunch only, reduced lunch only, self-paid only, and then English learner students and non-English learner students. So that is that first document just with the assessment scores, where we then also kind of provided them by the year so that it's a little bit easier to see the changes in each level over the course of the years. And as, I guess, a final reminder, level 1 is a limited ability for whichever subject test. 2 is basic, 3 effective, and 4 excellent. So if there are questions on that one, I'm happy to address that or move on to my next document.
Representative McDonald.
I think it would be helpful to also have the special ed scores broken out, if that's possible.
Yep, absolutely.
Any other questions or requests? Okay, thank you.
Perfect. All right, so the second one is, has Kansas State Department of Education on it and is more colorful. So this is 2 reports that I've just kind of stapled together. They are the financial accountability reports, again, for all districts across the state, so it's a statewide aggregation. The first one is, I polled, was for school year 25. So you'll notice in the far right column is the budgeted amounts for the current 24-25 within the 2 prior years being actuals. And then about 5 pages in, you will get to, I pulled the school year 23. So for that one, you can ignore the far right column that is budgeted because the prior one will have the actuals for 22-23, but then it would give you the actuals for the 21-22 and 20-21 school year. This is going to contain information such as the FTE enrollments, aggregations of kind of their general and supplemental general funds, expenditures, revenue totals, just a variety of kind of the characteristics of, I think we were asked kind of for general financial health of the districts, and so this just gives some large macro level kind of finance data. Again, if there's further questions or interest in specific elements, we can pull more of that drilling down, but this hopefully provides a broader overview of some of those. Once again, I am happy to address questions as I am able to, or phone a friend.
Okay, you cannot give me this data and expect me to be ready in 2 minutes. So, but are there questions at first glance on this information or questions about what anything means, or Senator Gossage?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm a bit behind in looking at this data. If we could go back to the test scores. So to clarify this, you know, in Education Committee, we've had this discussion about level 1, what does level 2 mean, what does level 3 and 4? And you just were stating, so it appears that you would, of course, want fewer students that are falling into level 1.
Madam Chair, members of the task force, I believe generally, yes, that most individuals would generally state fewer students in level 1 and more in 2 and above would be better.
2 and above. So what I'm seeing is that it looks like we do have more students in level 1 as of English language arts from 2015 to 2024 for all students. Since we're talking about special education funding, I agree that it would be nice to have the special education scores, but it is troubling to be able to see, and I realize this is just one measure, that we have more higher percentage falling into the level 1. And however, where we have free and reduced lunch, it's an even greater percentage. And I just wanted to mention that. I hope we'll take a look at that going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Williams.
Okay, so yeah, following up on that, just making sure I'm reading this correctly because, and thank you, Madam Chair, for grabbing all this data, really, really helpful. But I'm looking at self-paid. For self-paid on the back for 2024, 20%, 21% fall in below, let's say below grade level, versus you turn back over to the free and reduced lunch, it's 45. So that's a 25% gap, and that's actually 5% worse than we started in 2015. Is that right? So all this money and we're 5%, our gap is growing? Am I reading that right? From 2015, the paid students, 11.45 versus, is that right? So as we're putting more money, this gap is growing?
Matthew? Madam Chair, members of the task force, so it does appear, so in 2015, the level 1 for self-paid only was 11.45% in ELA, and it was 31.41% for free and reduced, which would be about a 20% gap, whereas it does appear to be closer to a 25% gap in the 24 test scores.
And just my last question, this may be more a revisor question, but it seems like from the Gannon documents and opinions that they were looking at state assessments for their rationale for we're not being, adequately funding. And in that, they specifically mentioned 25% of our students are being left behind. I think that's the phrasing that they used of our at-risk kids, 25%. So am I correct, again, that now we're at 45% using the same group of students? Is that correct? Am I reading that right?
Matthew, I'm going to throw to you if Representative Williams is looking at the numbers correctly, and then the revisers as to the question about the lawsuit.
Madam Chair, Representative Williams, yes. So from what it is showing, and again, this is all grades for all students, that free and reduced lunch is at about 45.3 for level 1 in 2024.
And I see Tamara's working on getting some response. So we will give her a moment. I am, for the sake of time, going to go to Senator Petty, then Representative McDonald.
So I think this is either a question for Frank or for the revisor. So since 2015, I think there has been some changes made in our state assessments and also what was considered level 1 and level 2.
Okay, I see a thumb pointing to Dr. Ninswander, so we will call on Dr. Ninswander.
So in one of my prior lives, I lived through this because in 2013 to 2015, we had a new test and we reset cut scores. And we went from 5 performance levels to 4. And if you look at this, kind of reflects it, the blue at the top of this one, if you want to look at it. So we went from 79% of students at benchmark to the next year, it dropped down, you can see 32%. And what happened at that time is the question that they had to set the bar prior to 15, when we bring teachers in to set that, the question at that time is what should all students be able to do at grade level? In 2015, the question was what should a student be able to perform at to be ready for college? So that bar immediately, it's like middle school high jump, they raised the opening height from 5'5" to 5'10". So it's not that we had more students that were illiterate, it's just the cut score to make a determination went incredibly high. That will happen again this summer because there is a new test and they will bring teachers in. In 2015, they all met at Washburn Middle School. They went through and the teacher said, okay, to be college ready, they reset that. So that's the difference between the cut score up to 2015 and from 2015 to last year. Because this year, the kids took the test, they won't get results until they go through that cut score setting process because it's a brand new test. So that's the difference between the time of going from 5 performance categories to 4 or from 5, we're now at 4. And the cut score to say what percent is where, that was that's what happened between 2013 and 2015.
Okay, so to follow up on that, if I'm looking at this chart then, okay, let's move to 2016. Would that be an apples to apples? I mean, 4 levels to 4 levels. So if we look at
So this chart is
2016,
all comparable.
okay,
Yes.
okay. So then the 2015 that Representative Williams said, that is the same 4-level cut scores as is 2016, 17. So I think the principle still holds. The principle still holds, correct?
The question was about something that happened prior to this. I was just answering what happened prior, but this is all comparable.
This is comparable. Okay,
Yes.
I think that's what we needed. Dr. Hartwood.
Follow
Okay, just hold on, Senator Pettit, because I think Dr. Harwood's going to jump in, and then we'll come back to you.
I think, so I think with the only thing with Representative Williams' question, we need to look and see what the court actually talked about. But if the number they talked about was 25%, the only thing that makes sense in the time that they were talking about that would have been for all students. So, but, I mean, because when you look at this number, the free lunch students was how you get funded for at-risk were never at 25%. So that's one of the question is, what group of students were they looking at? Clearly, the numbers in level 1 percentage level 1 from 2015 to 2024 are greater. Good news is that they're slightly lower than they were in 2022. So 2022 was the highest number, and there's been some improvement since then. But the number of students in level 1 is something that is a concern and needs to be worked on, and it was going in the wrong direction. There's been a slight improvement, which hopefully means we kind of hit the peak of the number in that, and we're going to be, we can hopefully accelerate that moving forward.
Senator Petty, I want to give you a chance to follow up on that, and then I believe Tamara has an answer for us. So, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And I appreciate the information because I think it shouldn't be lost at one. If I understood what was said, the question that was asked of the teachers, when they compressed from 5 to 4 changed. So that was one item. Is that same question going to be asked this year when they're brought in again in 2025 to set the bar? That's one question. The second one is that I know no one likes to talk about COVID, but we do see when you look at this table that there is an impact of, as Dr. Harwood referred to, we're just now beginning to see an uptick after COVID from a large downtick following COVID. Would that be correct?
I'm seeing nods of yes, that would be correct. However, I would also point out with this chart, that trend was happening well before COVID. We were seeing an increase in students in level 1 well before COVID. Now, COVID may have exacerbated that trend, but we were seeing that trend before COVID. So, and I believe, Senator Petty, that Dr. Ninswander has an answer to your first question. So, Dr. Ninswander.
So I think we could, so the question that they will be asked this summer when they're setting cut scores, we could probably get that. I'm not in that position anymore, but that would be, that'll be led by KU, Achievement and Assessment Institute. They lead the cut score setting process, so we could probably find what that question is. But the 25% back in the court case, they would have been referring to the percentages back when it was an old, now it's all percentages, and we have a high percentage of kids at level 1 and level 2, but they would have been referencing at that time the assessment that would have been used when there were 5 performance categories, and the question was, where should they all be at grade? So that they were referencing the assessment from 2007 to 13 percentages at that time. They would not have been, I mean, if the court case was at this time, they'd be referencing these percentages, but they were referencing percentages from a prior assessment, if that helps. I don't know if that even really.
And I believe Tamara has, is that what you have information on, the 25% where that came from? So we'll throw it to the revisor to get additional information. Tamara?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So Gannon 4 is the opinion that really delved into the adequacy component of the school finance formula. And there, the court, and I quote, said, the plaintiffs have shown through evidence from trial and through updated results on standardized testing since then that not only is the state failing to provide approximately 1/4 of all its public school K-12 students with the basic skills of both reading and math, but it is also leaving behind significant groups of harder to educate students. The opinion goes on to include charts that have the data, and it does have all students and then these specific subgroups. The court can only look at the evidence that is presented to it. So you'd have to go back into the documents that were submitted to the court to find specifically where they got that information, but those charts are in Gannon 4, and they specifically say approximately 1/4.
Senator Petty, does that answer your questions, and do you have any other before we move on?
I just think it's important that we keep this in the perspective of what we're looking at in comparisons when we talk about increased numbers of students failing when the test. And this, I've always believed, and this is just one piece, and we almost get always hung up on this. So yes, thank you.
And I believe, Representative McDonald, before we pivot to you, I think we do have a couple of other questions along these lines. Representative Estes, and then Williams, and then we'll come to you.
Dr. Harwood, I remember us talking about this topic of the new cut scores and the old cut scores, and Dr. Nineswander, you're correct. The blanks on the other one were an acknowledgement of you just know there was no way to make a fair comparison with the 5 scale to the 4 scale. And that idea that we would always have an even yardstick moving forward was important, and I think you touched on it in committee a couple of times, and I believe that you told us, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because January, March, and April seem like a year ago at this point, that you guys would have a way to compare, or like an equal, and say a 2 on, or 2.5 on this is equal to this or equal to that. Am I remembering that correctly? And if so, could you tell us what that's going to look like to the best of your knowledge?
Dr. Hurwitz.
So it is my understanding that the 2015 to 2024 test will be comparable to the 2025 test. I don't know exactly what that's going to look like because we won't know. So they'll set what the 2025 test should look like, and then they'll go back to compare it that way. So I mean, the state board on their agenda for next week, I mean, the proposal is to stay with stay with 4 categories. They're tweaking the names of them. I don't know if that has to do with the question or not, but yes, the intention is that it will be comparable. It may not be the same numbers, but it should be comparable.
What do you mean by it may not be the same numbers?
So I mean, if there is a significant shift in the way the students lay out in the categories, there should be a way to compare, well, if you just stayed on this test, it would be this number instead. I don't know that. All I know is that the intention is it will be comparable.
I appreciate the intention because I think it's incredibly important, and expect to hear follow-up on that.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I am really concerned because in 2024, we passed in legislation, it did become law, that there would not be any substantial revisions to the state assessments because we had not yet reached that 75% proficiency, which is level 3 and 4, both attributable to in law for proficiency and attributable to what was reported and submitted to the federal government. And so that was clear. That was discussion that we had, not this last session, but the session before. And now, you know, at the end of that session, then it was sprung on us that we're going to get a new test, maybe new cut scores. And now we're seeing again that that's been the continuation. And I'm actually kind of really disappointed that what we passed in legislation and what we fund, which is the test, was completely ignored. It has to be longitudinally comparable because that's the whole point. And we've been trying to get longitudinal data for a long time and been unsuccessful, really following one set of kids over a period of time. So I guess if this is not longitudinally comparable, be extremely disappointing that the law was not followed.
Dr. Harwood.
So if I remember the statute correctly, it says that the standards would not be changed after 2024. The standards that were changed were in 2023, and those were changed to adapt to the science of reading, which was part of the dyslexia task force in 2018. So the changes to the test were to adapt to the standards that were adopted in 2023. I think it might have been 2022. So the law is being followed in that the standards were not changed, and we have to have a test that is relevant to the standards that are in place.
Representative Williams.
Well, just to be brief, I mean, it was all about necessitating a change in the assessment. And it's still, I can't imagine, you know, math needing to be changed, or I can't imagine, because we're focusing on phonics, that the test change. I would thought that that would have been something that would have been consistent throughout. It's English language arts. I guess it would be great for us to be able to see the exam before and after and see how dramatically it was changed. But again, the intent of the law was not to change the assessment. So you can't change those standards so much that you need to change the assessment.
Director Rooker is along these lines as well. Director Rooker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think what I learned, and I would defer to our educators across the room, but the test that was adopted in 2015 was basically, at the time, the cut scores were predictive. Like, they weren't based on prior performance because it was a new test and new standards. So we were predicting. We are now 9 or 10 years down the road and have actual data to anchor, like, the evaluation of whether the test is an accurate representation, whether there's a lot of things that go into it. And I know, I just wanted to clarify, this is not the state agency making these adjustments. This is the testing service. Is that correct?
Dr. Harwood.
So I would say that the testing service works at the will of the state board. So the state board, the state law says that the state board shall review standards every 7 years. That was the cycle. And after the dyslexia task force, the English language arts standards were re-examined because the 2015 test was probably not as attuned to the science of reading as it needed to be. So those decisions had all been made before the 2024 legislative session. And so I guess I'm not an attorney, but I believe that the way that the language was worded and the fact that it was already in place because there was a 10-year contract, and there is typically an update of assessments as you move forward, that necessitated the need to change the test. And so I mean, I guess that's the background of it. Again, I was not there for all of it, but that was the discussion during committee in the 2024 session as well.
And to follow up, I think you said earlier, there will be the ability to do a comparison. So we aren't entertaining changes so great that we'll have that same break in the ability to compare as apples to apples.
To my knowledge, there was no attempt to make a comparison between the pre-2015 assessment and the 2015 assessment. That comparability is part of this process that we will be going through sometime after the window for assessments closes, which should be coming up in the next week.
I have not forgotten you, Representative McDonald, but we will go to Representative Hill on this topic.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Wow, I don't even know where to start on this. We have seen this dance, this line of thought process for as long as I've been in the legislature and previous, that we cannot hold anybody accountable to the assessments that are currently being put out, because we've changed cut scores. The state board has the authority to change cut scores. We look at cut scores. In a previous life, I don't have a lot of expertise, but I do have the expertise of statistics. And when we're putting together statistical models, there's two things that are really important. And one of them is that the subjects being tested remain the same. The second is that the treatment, we call it, remains the same. In this case, the assessment. We can make the assumption that our students remained somewhat the same over time, although there might be a gradual shift. But the ability of the legislature to make any kind of decisions based upon these assessment results is ludicrous at best. And I think, you know, we look at this model, and somebody mentioned the top of this spreadsheet we had here. And I understand that NAEP is a sampling, but for statisticians, samplings don't bother us because it tells us what we need to know. And if you look at the NAEP scores, 2007, we were one of the best states in the country on mathematics. Now, we're not talking about English language arts. We're talking about mathematics. Follow that across and see where we're at in 2023. We're in the bottom half, the bottom 2/3. You know, we can discuss this for another 10 years about whether our assessments are applicable, whether our cut scores are applicable. If we really want to establish a funding formula that encourages excellence in student performance, we either need to get to a different testing model to look at that, because the testing model we have right now is all about driving curriculum. And if we're honest about it, that's what it's about. And for about 30 years, we drove curriculum to word reading, whole language reading. And so if we don't have some sort of consistent, reliable, dependable testing, the whole idea of outcome-based education, that we have an outcome we can look at and say whether the money is actually working, whether the Rose standards, if you want to call it that, whatever you want to say, that we are actually improving based upon the dollars we're putting in, can never be achieved. and it is dependent on assessment models. And so as I hear this back and forth, and I've been hearing this back and forth, and basically one side saying these tests don't work to do this, and the other side is saying we need assessments to determine whether we're funding in the right direction. And that needs to be resolved in the new funding formula. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, and I haven't forgotten anyone, but I would just like to kind of wrap this up. We may not get out of here till lunch till 1, but Representative McDonald, you will be coming. So here's my question. Put the state assessment aside. Is there any assessment, any measure, objective measure, that does not show the same trend as the state assessment? I mean, so we can put that aside, but ACT, NAEP, the number of co-requisite classes that our students who are graduating have to take at the next level. Now, we can sit here, and this is going to lead into our conversation this afternoon. We can sit here and hash and point fingers as to how we ended up where we are. If we cannot be honest about where our students are, I don't know how this is going to work, because I'm not playing a blame game, but I am saying if we can't look at every single objective measure, forget the state assessment, ACT is showing the same decline in our academic achievement of our kids. That's fact. The NAEP is. If there's one measurement out there that shows something different than that trend, please bring it to this committee. Otherwise, we need to be honest and say, this is where our students are. Now, whether you want to say it's the state assessment, we've gone from 32 to 18% proficiency on the ACT, or every objective measure has dropped over time, okay? And if we can't acknowledge those simple facts and say, that's not acceptable, we are on a path that I don't think any of us think is acceptable. So let's acknowledge that and say, how can we change that trajectory for our kids? So I think it's important to understand the basis of what was used in Gannon and the 25. I think those are all important pieces of the puzzle, but as we back out from, excuse my saying that my mother used to say, pick and pepper out of gnat poop, and we look at the bigger picture, I think we all should be able to acknowledge the truth that our students are not on a good path. And hopefully through discussion and looking at what we're currently doing, we can come up with some solutions that we can agree on that will change that and move our kids on a path to changing, whether it's the results on the state assessment or the ACT or the NAEP. So I just want to bring that, hopefully, perspective as we transition into this afternoon, but I don't want to cut it short. I have been postponing Representative McDonald for some time, so I am going to call on Representative McDonald.
Thank you. I've been writing an essay over here. I would just like to start by saying, you know, Representative Hill, I hear you say one side versus the other, and I don't really see it that way. We all want what's best for our kids. I think that my personal opinion is that we overly rely on test scores. They fit nicely in a chart. We can make assumptions and predictions from them, and while test scores are valuable, they should not be the only thing. When I was in college learning how to be a teacher, they told me that testing should be done to drive instruction. You test a kid to know what they know, and that tells you what you need to teach them. So I think we, as a legislative body, have gotten away from that basic tenet that we as teachers, professionals in our own right, have been taught. So that's one soapbox. I think that since 2023, that would be a better baseline, because that's when we had Gannon funded, right? And I appreciate Senator Petty bringing up that we endured a global pandemic. We would expect learning loss when we have 2 or 3 years of a global pandemic. So I'm not lowering standards by any means, but I think that we need to have a bit of a reality check. Nobody's kids got through COVID unscathed. Mine didn't either. And so I want us to not have this penalty mindset is what it feels like as an educator when we approach, school funding, when we look at student performance, teacher performance. I would like for us to take a breath and maybe reflect over lunchtime about why we're here and not assume ill intent from anybody in this room. We all want the very best product we can come up with from this most impactful work we will do in our entire careers. So with the utmost respect, I would like for us to not see this as one side versus the other. And I'll stop with my soliloquy, but those were my main points. Thank you.
Senator Gossage.
I know we're close to lunch. Just a very quick question. If I could ask Madam Chair for, and forgive me, your name is blocked, so I know I'm going to pronounce it wrong. Oh, even seeing it, I'm going to say it wrong. Nineswander, did I say it right? Thank you. Could you repeat the two measures that were used when they changed the testing? You mentioned one was college readiness, and which was that for 2015, or was that prior?
Madam Chair, so under No Child Left Behind, so all through up until we lived with that mindset that 100% of all kids would be proficient at grade level. So up until the new test in 2015, the question that they always looked at was, at what level, based on the standards that we had at that time, would we consider at fourth grade a student was performing at grade level?
Okay.
And at that time, they even looked at, well, then would they be below grade level or above grade level? When the new standards came out in 2012, and then the assessment, it takes them a couple years to build the assessment to measure those standards. The question was, where should an individual student be at that grade level that we believe they're doing work to be college ready? So in math, we think that they would be doing work to score a 21 on the ACT, or in English language arts, an 18, so they were looking at that college ready mark. At that time, it was also those 4 levels. Level 1 is not that you would be below level. They're just saying at 4th grade, you're performing on those standards at 4th grade at the lowest expectation that we think you should be. So it was just a different question. So the measure that they were looking at is, we've never said we want this assessment, so we need to find standards that align. It's always the standards first, and that's every 7 years because, as Dr. Harwood said, the science of reading. Our English language arts standards, while they changed, they weren't so significant, but you still had to then, so the Achievement and Assessment Institute that does our state assessments, then has to readjust the assessment to measure the standards. And I think, and we could talk about this afternoon, there was a lot of discussion at one time, should we as a state go to adopt a national test to where we could be more comparable with all the other states that use that same test. And then at that time, there was a lot of push that we don't want, because the one we were looking at is out of California. They would have all our student data, and it was a lot of pressure to, no, we're going to stay with KU. So it is hard to compare ours to other states that take a state assessment because we design our own, and we've used KU for 30 plus years. So kind of the conversation, is it worth us as a state to say we want something comparable, because our standards are not aligned to NAEP. And we had a lot of conversations. If you want to drive NAEP scores, align your standards to what NAEP's measuring. They're close. I mean, I'm going to say 80%, maybe 75. That's just an estimate. But at that time, we chose, these are the standards. We adopted our own standards. We have unique standards in math and English language arts. We used to be part of the Common Core. It's like, no, we're going to have our own standards. So our standards are Kansas standards, but we do them every 7 years. So I don't know if that helps.
That does help. Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just say that I would hope that as a former classroom teacher, and I was district manager for Sylvan Learning Centers for 10 years, and we had 5 different measures when a student came to Sylvan, California Achievement Test, and multiple others to do exactly what Representative McDonald had mentioned, which it aligns instruction. The student is missing this, so we need to work on these skills to help catch them up to grade level and work hand in hand and in partner with the classroom teacher. And I think a lot that's what's been said here, what most parents want to know, what the classroom teacher wants to know is this child working at grade level? And by moving away from that and saying college ready, when we're talking about a 3rd grader and a 4th grader, really makes no sense. And I hope that they would go back to looking at grade level, and that shouldn't change the measure by that much. I can't imagine that grade level factored into change, or the college ready factored into 2015. So I would like to know more about that, and maybe we could do that offline. Thank you so much for your help.
Quick question, and then the person standing between us and lunch has a little bit more to present. No pressure, Matthew. But at one point, if I remember correctly, the state assessment was supposed to correlate to the ACT. Am I remembering that correctly, and has that changed? So can we quickly, am I remembering that correctly?
Yes. So one thing that in the current state assessment still does correlate. So when a student gets their performance report, on the back side, it also shows that based on where you scored, it would equate to a level here on the ACT. So yes, the current one still does. Now, I don't know if they're going to continue that, but it goes down to, I think, 6th grade, but it also equates to a Lexile and a quantile score. So if they go to a library, they can see what is challenging, what's more at their level. So
I would highly encourage that to continue, because then it does give us nationwide the same assessment, nationwide, apples to apples. Okay, we could continue on, but I'm going to turn it back over to Matthew. 2 more documents, then we will break for lunch. Matthew.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So the last of any sizable, as you'll notice, this really thick 68-page one. It is a report from the Research Department of the National Education Association that is providing a variety of rankings and other data for all 50 states in the District of Columbia. There had been some questions about trying to get characteristics of kind of states for being able to compare and see which states might have similar elements to Kansas. So like, for instance, on page 10 of this report, they provide the number of operating public school districts by state. On page 11, they have total fall enrollment broken out by state. A little further in on pages 14 and 15, they provide number of instructional staff and number of teachers in public schools, again broken out by state. On page 18 and 19, they have average salaries of said instructional staff and teachers. And then further back in the document, they'll also contain revenue and expenditures that I've not compared to what Jennifer presented earlier from the census, but might have some overlap there, as well as kind of tentative or estimated data for the current 24-25 school year. So this is 68 pages of a lot of different tables that we were hoping might help when, again, you are kind of deliberating, but also thinking about other states you want to look at or things like that. You can kind of see how some of those characteristics kind of compare to Kansas and across the board. I will not ask if there's questions, but I would be happy to take questions on this document or any others after lunch, after you've had a bit more of a chance to look through it all. And then the final one is our glossary. We'd handed this out, I think the first meeting possibly. This has been updated with a few new terms, though which ones escape me, as well as we've edited a couple that to make sure that they are a little more accurate or better clarified. So that is just an updated copy of our living document of education kind of glossary terms. And with that, I am done going over our support documents.
Okay. I am not going to shortchange this discussion in case there are some questions. So when we come back from lunch, our first order of business will be to see if there's any carryover on the documents that we had or anything from this morning, because the last thing I want is for someone to feel like we're not getting the discussion or questions answered that we need to. If it's something you feel like you can take offline that's a one-off, not for the benefit of the committee, please feel free to do that. We will come back at 1 o'clock. I just asked if this room is secure during lunch. No one is for sure, so no promises if you have something of value. If someone wants to come in and steal my handouts, power to you. But if you have something of value, it's your judgment, but I can't guarantee that this room will be secure. And with that, we are recessed until 1 o'clock. Have a great lunch. Good afternoon. Welcome back to the Education Funding Task Force. We are going to go ahead and get started. I know members and stuff may be trickling back in, but speaking of trickling, I'd really like to get home before maybe the weather cuts loose. So we're going to go ahead and come back together for our afternoon session. Before we move on to another agenda item, I just would like to give the opportunity for task force members, if there's any follow-up or anything that did not get addressed this morning, to go ahead and allow that opportunity. Representative Estes.
Thank you. You guys don't know it, but you absolutely totally made my day. All the conversation about the spreadsheet that begins with 2007, this is something that I started researching as soon as I was a freshman, and we were having all these conversations in committee, and I kind of realized I didn't have a good historical view of everything that was going on. So that's why it's intended to read a little like a timeline, and you get that sense on the bottom, because I was trying to understand what happened when, why it happened, and all of those things. So I just wanted to explain why it started with 2007. That's as far back as data that I could get a hold of to kind of build that whole picture that I was looking for. 2007 wasn't intended to say this is a point in time we should emulate or be meaningful in any way, but you guys actually kind of made me feel like you were using the spreadsheet how I use it for me and how I intended it for me, which was, all right, I'm thinking about this and I want to look from this point in time forward or compare. You know, there's a lot of different things we look at, so it really is intended to be able to look at whatever it is that you want to look at, and you can, but it's all there at your fingertips. So I just wanted to kind of address why the dates were the way they were, and a shout out to the Department of Education, because they went above and beyond to get me the data that I was looking for, and to other groups that took a look at it and said, gee, you should add this to the timeline or that to the timeline. I think you should take it from here and use it how you want to use it, add to it what you think is important, and if you ever think there's something that I'd like to know, I'd be glad to hear it.
Other questions or comments from our session earlier? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I apologize for being a couple minutes late. On the chart with all the NAEP scores, it would be helpful to me if we could have some sort of chart that shows the trends with poverty, with ELL numbers. I don't know if it would be appropriate to put the number of kids tested per section per year. That'd give us a little more context. Thanks.
Any other questions or final discussion before we move on? Okay, great. We will back up. When I packed up for our lunch break, I am frantically trying to find my resources for our next session, but you know what? We all know plan, just go with it, right? Always have a backup plan, so you're just going to get me winging it. So I want to now transition. We've heard a lot of information. We've got stacks of information. And so I think we're at that point, we kind of started the process yesterday of opening up for discussion about how we want to move forward. And hopefully after this afternoon, we will have a much better grasp of the scope of what we want to address, a little bit more direction, be able to hopefully come out with some what if scenarios and runs that we can then come back next time and look at more specifics. But before we begin that work, I think it is important, as I mentioned, that we do have just some very basic ground rules about how we're going to proceed as a group as we enter into these discussions. Yesterday I mentioned, and it certainly doesn't have to be this, I just thought it'd be a good starting point, and I know that Representative McDonald alluded to it today within how the flow of work is going to go, and just the expectation as a group as to how we're going to approach this work. So, of course, my background, I was familiar with the 7 norms of collaboration, pausing before asking, getting clarifying information, assuming positive intentions, those types of things. But we are all adults, we are all professionals around this table. I would like to think we all have that assumption, but just want to express and make sure we're all on the same page when it comes to the norms of how we're going to proceed with this work. Is there any just really burning thoughts or questions around that, or can we basically say the 7 norms of collaboration? Very basic. Be respectful. Assume we all want what's best for kids, those types of things, or do we need to spend any more time fleshing that out? I don't want to rush it, but any thoughts on that? Good. Okay. So we will just kind of adopt the basic tenets of the 7 norms of collaboration and know that we all have an understanding and can treat each other with respect and move forward. So the next thing I think that it's important is what are our guiding principle or principles that we want this work to accomplish? I think we need that Northern Star to guide what our focus is, what we're going to say, okay, how does this adapt to that? Now, this morning we had a presentation from ECS that kind of had the 5 areas. And I want to open it up. Do we think there's validity in those 5, or do we just want 3? Do we want to add any? But I think that's really a good starting point for the transparency. So if you want to pull that PowerPoint back out and look at those very quickly. There it goes. I'm looking for the page. Okay, they're the policy priorities. If you look at our PowerPoint, the pages aren't numbered. It's probably the last third, approximately, of the package. You will see the policy priorities, and there are 5. So I'm going to throw it to the group. As you look at those 5 and what those 5 entail, are there any that you have concern about or that we shouldn't follow or we should add some of our own? Any thoughts on that? Did those make sense to this group for our work? Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Would you consider something that it's simple, easy to understand as fulfilling or being part of that transparent bullet?
There was, I want to make sure I find the right priority, but I remember simple was.
Madam Chair, if you
Yes.
don't mind, I'm on that page.
Okay.
Transparent is defined by ECS here as state aid is allocated using a formula that is simple, logical, clearly articulated, and informed by students, families, teachers, and school leaders.
Okay, does that fit? Is everyone good with that as a guiding principle or adapted at all? Dr. Harwood.
And I think that transparency is important. I will say that having looked at a lot of formulas in the past, being simple and fair sometimes are cross purposes, because as you get more fair and you take in more accounts, it gets more complex. So I think it's great. We want it to be as simple as it can, to be as fair as we want it to be. And so, good goal. We're going to have to balance that as we go forward.
So at this point, does that seem like a reasonable, and of course, as we work through getting the weeds, then we can just stop and say, okay, is this as simple as we can make it to accomplish what we need it to? Do we all have that kind of basic understanding, Director Ricker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. In this room, I haven't been able to get online to connect to the toolkit itself. I would be, at face value, this seems good. ECS is a reputable source, so it feels like it's probably an appropriate, it factors in elements that we already have had in practice as our approach, whether forced through legal actions or not. Adequate, fair, sustainable, student-centered, transparent, I think are already concepts. I am really curious about the toolkit itself and how that might be useful to us. So I certainly will do some homework to look at that.
Yes, and please understand, this is just a launching pad for how we want to craft it. We certainly don't have to adopt everything that ECS or follow their model, but just to kind of give us a starting point to consider, we can throw this all out or adopt our own, but it just gives us kind of, I think, a framework to begin from is kind of my thought on that. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did take the time to print that toolkit out, and under transparent, it mentions vision. Under policy tools, it mentions vision, and then it mentions engaging in community outreach. It gives some examples in different states that have done that, how you should centralize the formula, collect and share spending data, which is, I think, something I've heard a lot of today. So each of these have subsections on this document. So I would encourage you all to print it out or visit it at least, because it is much more detailed than those 3 or 4 bullet points on the PowerPoint.
And I was just informed that staff is in the process of printing off the toolkit for the members. So we will have that soon to refer to. But as far as the overarching, do we think transparent as broadly defined is a good place to at least begin? Any objection to that? Okay, let's move to student-centered. And we can look at that broad definition. It's allocated based on the learning needs of students with a focus on improving outcomes. The tools are student-based funding, local spending flexibility, and accountability for outcomes. Is there any concern with adding or eliminating? Yes, Director Profit.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I don't know if this is the appropriate time, or I don't know how much detail we want to get into this, but I would suspect we're all interested in improving outcomes, right? That is what the school finance formula is for. I just want to make sure that when we get to defining what those outcomes are and for how long we're going to allow the schools to get to the desired outcomes, that needs to be an integral part of the conversation, right? It can't be we lay out a new formula in year 1, year 2, this outcome is achieved, right? Things are going to take time. So while we can't have unlimited time, we need to allow some time and make sure that we're not pulling too many levers in too many different directions. So I like what this says. I just want to be mindful of how we assess outcomes and how much time we allow and how we maneuver if we're not meeting the desired outcomes and not become punitive. So that's my only hesitation around that. And I think maybe we handle that at a different time, but that's where my head goes.
Yes, absolutely. These are just kind of the acceptable guiding principles we're going to look at. Can we agree that student outcomes are an important point of this work? Now, how that looks, the time frame, I think that all will be part of the additional conversations we have going forward. Does that make sense? Okay. Any other, do we need to add or take off anything? Everyone good at this point with that priority? Okay, adequate. Let's move on to adequate. Schools are provided sufficient resources to provide a high-quality education for all students and meet state achievement goals for student learning, research-informed base amount, strengthens teacher salaries, and develops student pathways. Okay, keep in mind that these are just some guiding things we want to look at as we proceed in this work. Is there anything we need to change, add, delete to make it relevant to Kansas? Representative McDonald.
Maybe just an acknowledgement and nod back to that local control and the fact that in Kansas, local boards decide teacher pay. I think that we just need to always be mindful that we need to give them the resources so that they can prioritize, not just teacher pay, pay for all the staff. So just make sure we emphasize that.
And I think as we, again, have those additional in-depth conversations, that needs to be brought out, all of those specifics. Director Ricker.
Just wanted to dig into whether we think develop student pathways encompasses the idea that there should be some, once we have a research-informed base amount, we also want to address different needs and how we're approaching additional funding to, like we have a series of weightings, which I recognize we will be reviewing and exploring and deliberating on, but how is that component of our formula captured in this definition of adequate?
Great question. So as we look at develop student pathways, go ahead.
It's fair. I jumped ahead of, it's captured in the fair definition, sorry.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we're good.
All right. Anything else on adequate at this point? Representative Estes.
I think there's a place for local control, but I don't want it to be outsized to the legislature's responsibility. We are charged with an adequate system, and I think that we need to be able to take the steps that we believe are necessary to establish that. And even some of the previous items are something that I think that the legislature is involved in. So I think that local control has a place, but I just want to be very clear that I don't think that the legislature cedes all control.
So, Representative, are you seeing that as an addition or a clarification on a specific point of this, or just more of an overarching role and responsibility going forward? Have you thought that through?
If you were adding a bullet about local control, then it's a clarification of that. If you're not adding a bullet for local control, then it's not necessary.
I see some nodding. Representative McDonald.
I agree.
This is y'all's work. I'm not adding anything unless the group wants to. Representative Williams, do we need that clarified?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I think these, to your point, are just overarching principles. So local control is not really part of the formula. We are building a formula. And the Constitution already delineates responsibilities. And so I don't really think we need to rehash that here. I think we're just kind of focusing on the formula. So I agree with Representative Estes' comments.
Are we good with leaving that off at this point, though, understanding that that is part of the discussion, but not part of necessarily this process? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing that stuck out to me that Colorado and I think Mississippi did is they had hold harmless policy when they made drastic changes. So I feel like that might go under the fairness portion of this to make sure that any changes we make, we keep in mind the need for districts to be able to plan ahead, and if we're ramping up or ramping down to something, that they have some lead time for that.
I'm open to the will of the task force. To me, that's another one of the kind of local control discussions. Senator Gossage.
Madam Chair, I would just say that I think that all 5 of these are good overarching categories that we would want to consider is when we're looking at any piece that we may change or keep. Is it sustainable? Is it fair? All of these things that we have listed here. And then I would say, as we're looking at these 5 things, I think it was mentioned, I'm not sure, but I think by Dr. Harwood yesterday, that are we starting from scratch or are we starting from what we already have? And I think anytime you're going to want to make some changes, you always want to look at, well, when it comes to be sustainable, when it comes to being fair, let's look at what we already have and say, what is good about what we already have? And we begin there. What is good about that, and or what needs to be improved to reach that goal?
Senator Gossage, you are just a step ahead of me, because we're going to get to that here in just a sec. As long as I just want to give everyone an opportunity to weigh in with their level of comfort with these being those overarching guiding principles. So are we good on adequate? fairness. Let's take a look at fairness and then sustainability. So fair. Resources are prioritized to schools where students have the most complex learning needs, and I think this is what you were referring to, Director Rooker, perhaps is encompassed in this one. Weighted funding, funding for high-cost services, and wealth equalization. Do those, okay. Any changes or additions to that? Great, sustainable. So let's take a look at that one real quick. Schools have a dependable level of state resources that allow district leaders to plan multiple years in advance and invest in services with confidence going forward. So the inflationary adjustments, stabilization funds, and dedicated revenue for K-12. Are those just broad enough for us to agree that those are all valid? Okay, great. Yes, Dr. Nineswander.
I just don't know if we want to say pre-K 12, because we do have pre-K in our formula. That's the only thing.
On the bullet dedicated revenue for K-12. We do have pre-K at risk in our formula, right? Is that the only?
Yeah,
just the pre-K at risk?
We have early childhood at-risk funding, so if that's a goal of the group to, just to remind, we do have pre-K in our current, so.
Okay, I'm going to go to Representative Estes, then Director Ricker.
I would just add, if you're okay with it, add on as applicable, because it's not a universal occurrence. Thank you.
Director Ricker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that note. We have the one weighting element in the current formula for the at-risk, as noted. We have a system of grant funding, basically, that props up pre-K programs else in other circumstances. So I think I would be remiss if I didn't express the hope that we would take a look at how Kansas approaches that. I don't think anyone here, I certainly am respectful of the fact that we have laws about compulsory age of attendance that I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. Still parent-driven and all of that. But I think it would be helpful at some point in this process that we look at that component. And so adjusting this to say pre-K to 12, I think makes sense so that it is part of the charge of the work that we're doing.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great discussion. I would be opposed to that. We are charged both in statute and long-term that it is K through 12. We have not done a satisfactory job. We can't even get that right. So also, if you look at it, there have been in the last 3 to 4 years a myriad of studies from Head Start that show not at all the gains that we had hoped. And I think, right now we have something in our formula that allows for at-risk students to partake of early childhood at our schools. I will also note that in doing so, we have put out of business many Christian schools, preschools, other types of classical education schools, because they can't compete with a free education. So if we want to go down that road, then it should be a universal pre-K to every parent, and they can choose to have that education where they want. But right now, I feel very strongly that we need to focus on K-12 because we can look at the numbers and we're not exactly growing or moving in the right direction. Thank you.
So question for the revisers. In the Constitution, I believe it's K-12, is there anything indicating a constitutional responsibility in Article 6 for funding of pre-K? Tamara?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The Constitution does not specify specific grades. It just speaks to public education. I will note that in Gannon, in the Supreme Court's test for adequacy, it does specifically mention grades K through 12. Not that you can't go beyond that, but they did say K through 12 in the test for adequacy.
Okay, Dr. Nineswander, then Representative Hill.
Just so you know, that I only mentioned it because we currently have 3- and 4-year-old at risk. I just didn't want the group to go, oh, this is only K-12, when we also have in our formula 3- and 4-year-old. So that was the only reason of making sure that we didn't forget that that's part of the current formula. So.
Representative McDonald, then Representative Hill.
I get heartburn when we talk about giving public dollars to private entities, particularly if they're not accredited. So I would not be open to having a discussion that involves private institutions, private or for-profit institutions getting funding from this formula.
Just for clarity, and Representative Williams, you can speak for yourself, but I think her point was not to give public dollars, but the fact that pre-K programs have put some of those other options that parents are paying for out of business. I believe that was the point. So I don't know that I heard advocacy for that at this point. Am I capturing that, Representative? Close enough. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to echo my support for not including pre-K in our overall structure. We will, of course, continue to have programs that specifically address specific needs, but I think our overall charge and our overall structure is K through 12.
So can we come up with a compromise here that would say in that guiding principle, underneath dedicated revenue for K-12 with the caveat that we are currently providing pre-K, but not that we at this point are willing to dedicate a revenue source for that, but to just make sure part of the discussion is the current funding for pre-K. So I saw Dr. Nineswander and then Director Rooker.
Well, I would say the majority of the kids, and I'm just from experience, attend a school district that provides services pre-K through 12. So out of habit, whenever I just see K-12, I know that's not what the majority of the kids in the state of Kansas are experiencing, which is the only reason, since, you know, our district is starting a 3-4-year-old at risk because we have the need, and there is state funding for that. So I just didn't want to.
Okay, Director Rooker and then Director Profit.
Actually, for me, this discussion is why I would hope that we could look at it, because today is not the day to really debate the pros and cons of it. I would like the opportunity to have some committee time to take a look at what is happening in that space in Kansas currently, how it is being funded. We can talk about the national studies and different metrics that exist to gauge whether there is benefit or not, the values, all of those things. I'm just supporting the idea that it is something that is taken into consideration. I don't think we're talking about deciding today whether we're funding or not funding anything. I think what I'm advocating for is that we have an opportunity to dig into those issues as a committee before making those decisions.
I appreciate that clarification. I think the heartburn is the way that this bullet reads, is that we will commit to having a dedicated revenue for that, versus what I'm hearing you say is we at least have an opportunity for the conversation about what we're currently doing and what that might look like. I think there might be consensus on making sure that's part of the discussion. I think the heartburn comes with making it a dedicated revenue source. Director Profit, then Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it's a good segue. I guess as I'm reading this, if we're adopting guiding principles, are we also adopting the policy tools? I guess when I read that, I see them as suggestions for what you might use. So do we need to have this discussion now, or are we more focused on what the definition of sustainable is, and the dedicated revenue is just a consideration as a policy tool? So are we getting outside of where we need to be for this particular discussion?
Perhaps. We perhaps are, but I want to make sure that everyone has a basic understanding of what we're agreeing to, so later we're not going, well, wait, time out. I thought during that discussion this was part of that. So I just want to make sure going forward, because if we don't have that common understanding, I see opportunity for, some heartburn and disgruntle. Senator,
sorry, can I follow
I'm
up?
sorry, did you have a follow-up?
Well, just for my own clarity, as we go, whether it's this or the others, as we're reading the guiding principles, I read, again, the definition to be the definition of what we're comfortable with. Everything below that is just a suggestion for things you might consider as we get into the discussion. Am I reading that wrong, or should I be looking at the entire page?
Okay, I'm sorry,
That's okay. As I'm reading each of the definitions.
multitasking well.
As I'm reading, I also don't speak well. As I'm reading each of the definitions, I'm reading the definitions to define the guiding principle, and then everything below policy tools is merely a suggestion for items we could consider. Am I thinking about that wrong?
I got it. Okay, I am great with that. I want to make sure that everybody has that understanding.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
Okay, Dr. Nine-Swander, are you?
I apologize for getting us off track for the 15 minutes. I just know in our space, we see it as pre-K through 12 because the state supports in the current formula pre-K through 12. But I didn't mean it to get off track. So I'm really happy with the sustainable part.
Okay, thank you, Director Profit, for Senator Petty, we will throw it to you.
I just wanted to say that earlier we talked about before the lunch that the charge was state foundation aid and supplemental aid, and it is in the current formula. So I'm very supportive of us talking about, and this has been of us talking about pre-K through 12. Thank you.
Okay. I think with the clarification from Director Profit, we all agree about the description, and then the tools underneath are just suggestions to help us in that process. Are we all good with not knowing that that is a hardcore thing we're going to commit to? Great. We can move on from that. Did you have? Okay. Okay, so I think that that's a good jumping off point. The other thing that I would like to propose for consideration by the task force is, maybe it goes without saying, but I think we want to not take anything for granted and make assumptions, is, in my mind, everything that we do has to be with improving student outcomes. Everything. And so I think if we keep that as we're looking at it, I know we can get in the weeds and sometimes lose track. I do that frequently. And then if we can come back to, okay, how is this going to impact our students? Can we agree that that is really what, if we pull it back to anything, it's got to be what we're talking about and the impact of how it is on students. And for me, you cannot separate the well-being of teachers from students and vice versa. I mean, I think they go hand in hand in our education setting. So I'm just going to put that out there if there's discussion or heartburn with that, because if not, I'm going to probably, as we get off on tangents, try to say, okay, let's remember, let's drop back to how can we identify how that's going to impact our students and our teachers. Fair enough? Okay, great. So going back to ECS real quickly, as you know, Kansas is a student-centered funding model. 35 other states and DC do it that way. I want to start from what I would think is low-hanging fruit. Do we agree that that is probably, we want to keep that at least as our basic premise of being student-centered funding model? Is discussion or disagreement with that? Okay, so far so good. Dr. Harwood.
So
Dr. Harwood.
I just want to point out that our special education funding model is not student-based. And so I think one of the questions we have to ask is that something we want to look at as well? Because our general ed is a base with weightings, which is very common. Our reimbursement model is less common. I know that anytime we talk about changes, that would be a dramatic change and there's going to be a lot of anxiety around that. So I think if that's something we want to consider, doing it sooner rather than later is probably a good plan.
Agree. And for the purpose of discussion, can we say that if we don't specify that this is in relationship to special education funding and make that distinction, can we agree that we're all talking about at that point the general education funding, not special education, that is a different model with the reimbursement? Can we have that common language agreement? Okay, perfect. Okay, so we can agree that we want to keep it a student-based model. Now, we've had a lot of information. I do want to then now basically open it up for some discussion and get some input from the committee. Representative Estes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have enjoyed today very much because we got into several discussions that I was excited to hear. One of them was setting certain minimum standards, and I think that is important for us to do because the legislature still has a role to play in that, and there are some things that have frustrated me for years, and I have tried to address for years, that it's been difficult. So I like certain minimum standards, and the one that's probably the most important, but by any stretch is not the only one on my list, is teacher salaries. When I first ran for office, I put my beginner teacher salary, which was a different state, in an inflation machine and discovered that they had not even kept up with the rate of inflation. And then when I laid out and kind of considered for myself, what is the federal poverty limit? Because I've always been moved by when I've door knocked or visited with teachers, the number of teachers who say, yes, I'm on free and reduced lunch. It kind of drove me to go look at federal poverty limit. If you're two in a household, that salary is $27,000 plus, three, $34,000 plus. A family of four, that's $41,000 plus. And I think it's reasonable for us to have a discussion that sets a minimum standard of teacher salary above the federal poverty limit. And I kind of wanted to check myself and see where are we compared to that goal. And I know that there is at least one district whose lowest teacher salary is $38,918. So I think there is a need to set that minimum. I think there's also more discussion about where teacher salaries should be. I've never believed that we adequately pay teachers, but I think that just in terms of wage, we need to set a minimum. Preliminary in my mind, I'm looking at least $45,000 on that. But that's without completing my research on that. Then I had to kind of ask myself, well, can we afford that? So I kind of took a look at KSDE's fiscal facts, and I looked at what we spent actually, and their website goes back to 2014, so I picked that year. And then I looked at 2023 because that actual is there. And we are spending $3.8 billion more in 2023 than we did in 2014. And that tells me that if we set this minimum standard as a priority, we should definitely be able to meet it. The fact that we haven't, even though we're spending that much more money, it is something that I think absolutely needs to be a priority in our formula. Thank you.
So if I'm hearing you right, Representative, you want to add a weighting. Is that how you envision that for teacher salary, or how are you envisioning that?
Set a minimum standard that, as part of the formula, this is something that we expect districts to do. And we can connect that to weighting. There's a lot of different ways that we consider that we can consider this and do it, but I think it's a very important part of our conversation, because there's nothing more important in a classroom that we touch than teachers, and I think we need to do better by our teachers.
Okay, so I see a couple of questions. I guess my question that I'll put on the table around that is, so as we go back to how does this affect student outcomes, is the premise that higher paid teachers are more efficient and therefore produce higher student outcomes? Is that the rationale behind this?
My thought process on it is we have a teacher shortage. We have some of our best teachers leaving, and I think that that's not the only factor, but I think that salary is a significant factor in helping to achieve the outcome that we would like.
And I know you're a former teacher. I am, as well, as is my husband. And one thing that I have said, and I will continue to say, we cannot pay our effective teachers enough. There's not enough money in the budget to do that. Conversely, we overpay our ineffective teachers way too much. And the good thing about going into education, like it or not, my husband and I both knew exactly what we would make. When we entered the profession, we knew. It's no secret. You've got a salary schedule. And you know if you get X amount of additional education, it's going to bump your salary up. Or if you, have so many years of experience, step and track. It's no secret. So I hear you. I think it's worth looking at. But I challenge that simply increasing teacher salaries is going to get us, to me, the desired student outcomes that we desire. I will turn it over to some other task force members. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And though I fully understand, having been an elementary teacher, many of us have been ourselves or in the classroom, I believe in local control when it comes to that. And I do think they have to calculate in their budget, and they also have to calculate, if I don't pay a teacher enough, and I'm in the DeSoto School District, they're going to go to Eudora, or they're going to go to McLeod, or they're going to go to Lawrence, or they're going to go to Olathe, or they're going to go to Ottawa. And so they have to stay competitive with how much that they are paying the teacher salary. But I'm not one that believes in, minimum wage is kind of a joke now, because $7, nobody pays $7. You can go start at Wendy's at 15 and start as a shift manager at 18. I just think setting a minimum as to how much we are paying teachers is honestly not something that we should be looking at in the funding formula personally.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just on the overarching discussion, I want to let y'all know that LPA did a cost study for K-12 education and funding and hits a lot of these items. And it's very, very interesting. I won't go into it, but it's 2023 if you go to the LPA's website. On the salaries, I do get what you're saying. And I think there are some ways to address it without addressing it and impeding on local control. And the way you might do that is if there's a % increase and they have to also pass that on % increase to their teachers. There are some things that we can do that set limits for administrators or incentivize. So I think we can do that. The other thing I would know, as I was also a former teacher and my parents were both teachers, that the average contact days or the contract days are around 190 days, and the number of working days in for a regular employee is probably going to be around 240 to 260 days a year. That does make a difference. My dad always went and coached in the summers, and he did carpentry work, and my mother did the same. And they didn't just stay home for 2 weeks or 2 months of the year. They did have other types of income. For those that choose that type of lifestyle, that is a great quality of life. And they may say, well, you know what, I want that quality of life more than the income. And so I'm not going to take on an additional job. I'm going to stay home with my kids, or I'm going to do my farming or so forth. So I will say there is a difference. And if you do factor out, there are some just quick math that you can do on that. If you do factor out the number of days, it does hop up pretty significantly, 15 to 20,000 more if they had more contact days. And for those that would say, well, they work year round, I will tell you, we work year round. We don't get paid for it. And I will also say anybody that doesn't clock in to a job likely works year round because they're a salesperson. I don't ever see my husband, who has a salary, ever do anything without his laptop working. He's always doing that, and he's not getting paid any extra for working all the time. So that's what I would say to that, because I do know that they put in hours off time. So just some, both sides.
Yeah, and on the quality of life, I was actually heading to law school. I married a teacher, and I traded the quality of family life. I wanted to have the same schedule as my husband so we could do family things in the summer. So there are some trade-offs. I know this is a complicated discussion. We will go to School Board Member Porter. Mr. Porter, are you there? You are muted.
Can you hear me now?
We sure can.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. I do not have the documents, so I'm having to speak. I want to say that I really appreciate what Representative Estes said about teacher salaries. I think that is something that needs to be addressed. How it's addressed in the formulas, I have no recommendations for. But I do want us to have that discussion because it does make a difference. But there are other things that also help teachers improve student performance and student outcomes. And that is support for professional development, support for mentoring. There's a great deal of research that says that if there's a quality mentor for the first 2 or 3 years, that makes a significant difference about retention in the facility. So I would certainly like to have that discussion at some point. And one other thing, and this may even be appropriate, and if it is, Madam Chair, just tell me to shut up, and I'll be glad to do so. There are other people that are underpaid in school districts that make a significant difference to the outcomes of kids, and those are our paraprofessionals. And I know that in many school districts, the numbers that Senator Gossage gave for people that work at Wendy's, paraprofessionals that make a huge difference in the success of students are paid less than that. I don't know that that's appropriate for this group, but if it is, I would like to also have that as part of the discussion. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. I'm looking, let me make sure I have the right list. Okay, I have Senator Gossage, Director Rooker, Hill, and then McDonald.
Yes, I was just wondering if I'm sure they have it on record, if legislative research has like the average salary in the state of Kansas for teachers somewhere. I just asked Superintendent Gibson if what it is in DeSoto. It's $49,500 for base salary. And so I'm sure that there might be some districts that are less, some districts that are more. I'm just curious. We have that in here?
It at least has for Kansas.
Yeah, just for Kansas is what I was looking at.
The state average is 61,000.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we will move on to Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple things, just trying to assimilate all of this conversation, which is good. I've appreciated it. we touched on this a little bit this morning. I think it's relevant to this conversation about how we compensate our teachers. There are lots of big numbers thrown around, 17,000 per pupil in Kansas, all in when we count every dollar. And I have never disputed that there are elements that add up to that are under the umbrella of spending on K-12. But districts will not be able to pay their teachers based on certain components of that total amount of spending. So as we're thinking and planning and making decisions about how this proceeds, I think it's really necessary for us to be mindful of the amount in a district's general operating budget and the supplemental general state aid, those types of things that are actually available to our schools, the districts, to budget into their salary schedules versus money that is, it counts, it's there as adding up to a per pupil amount, but they can't spend that way. They can't take capital outlay and increase salaries with that. So I just want us to be mindful when we are unpacking all this of elements like that affect assumptions versus reality in terms of how a district will or will not be able to account for things in their budgeting process. And may I follow up? I think the Lori Taylor study did a pretty in-depth review of the comparable wage index in Kansas. I think there's a lot of value in how that was assessed. That was done. It was commissioned by the legislature in 2017 as part of our process. We do have a couple other major cost studies that have factored in how we pay in Kansas, how we compensate. And I think there's value in, if not we're now X number of years farther down the road. Inflation has done what inflation has done. The numbers themselves may need updating, but I think some of the principles that were examined are valuable to this committee process.
Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I really appreciate the effort to increase teacher salaries, because I think it's we can all agree on that. I think one of the challenges we have, though, is that we really don't have good research that says if you increase the teacher's pay, that student outcomes happen or improve. And there's a reason for that. But we do have really good research that shows as class size reduces, student outcomes improve. I think and maybe the idea that we're really trying to shoot for on this is to get more money, a higher percentage of resources into the classroom. We have, over time, it seems like we have increased the percentage of the school budget that ends up in administration, central office, overall governance of school, and we have kept the same or actually lowered the percentage of resources that go into classrooms. And I don't know that there's any magic wand there's that term magic again today, magic wand that gets more money into classrooms, but I think it should be a goal. That's where instruction happens. And no insult to our school administrators that are here, but they know that too, that instruction happens in the classroom, and class size and quality of teacher is incredibly important. So,
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate that nod to class size. I have noticed, like under the Brownback administration, when my children went through K through 12, their class sizes got bigger and bigger and bigger, and that's what made me start paying attention to politics. Anything we can do to address class size is important. I would push back a little on the money doesn't matter type conversation that I hear a lot. We've had 3 major cost studies commissioned by the legislature, and they've all definitively established that money does in fact matter. We hear more like in dollars into the classroom. Just heard it again. I would like for that to be pretty clearly defined. From an accounting standpoint, we need to be really careful to not push forward unfunded mandates. Everyone wants teachers to be paid, you know, most certainly a living wage, same with paras and classified staff, but I think the general public doesn't understand the buckets of money that we have in school funding, how each bucket can be spent. So I don't know if it's appropriate for us to look at the limitations of each of our buckets. But I mean, teacher pay could only come from general fund or supplemental funds unless I misunderstand. Last week I went to a school board meeting and the classified staff is trying to unionize in Olathe, and I really admire the bravery that they have coming forward. Custodians have gotten enough signatures, and they're really just trying to have a voice in their working conditions. And I think one job should be enough. That was one thing that they kept saying. One job should be enough for a teacher, for a para, for a custodian. We need to figure out ways to grapple with the expense, because personnel is the biggest expense in school funding. You didn't say this, Madam Chair, but the last district I left from Arkansas, just as I left, they instituted merit pay. And I would be very strongly opposed to anything of that sort. I think in any profession, there are good ones and there are bad ones. We need to do what we can to help bring everybody up, meet them where they are, but help them skill up, which is part of the reason I was hopeful that we could, not to harp, but pass this funding to help with our literacy initiatives and our training for our teachers. I think that's most all of that I have here, but I do appreciate Representative Estes bringing up this teacher pay issue, because it certainly is an important thing for us to look at, and a budget is a reflection of our priorities. So if this is our priority, then I want to make sure that the formula reflects that, so that we're not trying to take from something to put towards something else without acknowledging the loss of that first thing.
So I'm going to look to staff, because I've seen the studies that say that money matters, but it's how the money is spent that matters, not necessarily just adding more. So if staff could kind of help clarify that, I think that that's the distinction. It's how it's spent, not necessarily just adding more into the classroom. And I agree. As a principal representative, and I think the administrators around the table will say, our first inclination is to help teachers who are not living up to what we need them to do for our students, is to provide them the resources and the tools that they need to get better. I would say at some point, however, there are some that are never going to achieve that level that we need, that our students deserve. That's where we run into the problem. And the problem is, in my opinion, that I've seen over and over again, the longer they are embedded in the system, the harder it is to get rid of the teachers who are not doing right by our kiddos. And if we're using our guiding principles, how does this affect students and their outcome? And the sad truth of the matter is, those are the teachers that are the highest paid because they've been there the longest. It's our young, effective teachers that see that system and think, this isn't what I want to be compensated for my performance. And when they see that not happening, when they see a teacher who's been there 30 years come in right as the students are coming in when the bell rings and beating half of them out to the parking lot at the end of the day and making 2 to 3 times what they're making, working their tail off, that's a disincentive. And they think, what am I doing? So I would just, that's been my experience. I don't know about other people's, But I do think as a principal, of course, we are going to try to help those teachers be successful. But at some point, how many classes of students do you let them go without an effective teacher before you say, this is not working, we've got to do something else? And I think those are the courageous conversations and the importance of the leadership of the buildings that we also need to acknowledge, because they're key. They're key to making sure we have highly effective teachers in every single classroom. So just a couple things there. Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't want us to get into the minutia here, but, and sticking with the formula.
Too late, Senator.
I'm on page 1 of the financial accountability report. I couldn't help but notice as I was looking through the other categories, general and supplemental and so forth, those look like there's been some incremental increases, but capital outlay jumped almost double. And so knowing that there are different categories put into the funding model, I'd just like to have a short conversation on if we're looking at the funding model itself, and it's based on FTE, you know, et cetera, where does this come in? I would like for those who know to comment. Thank you.
Deer in the headlight look from staff. Is there anyone? Dr. Harwood.
So I do think it's really important on the first page, you're looking at actual to budget, because a district will budget to spend all of their capital outlay with no intention of spending it all, because you keep some in reserve in case you have like HVAC systems go out and those kinds of things. But you have to budget it to spend it, otherwise you don't have the authority to spend it. So that big jump, you'd have to wait and see what the actual spent were, but then that goes back to the cash balances that are there. Districts are keeping higher cash balances in capital outlay now because of changes in property taxes, or not property taxes. Well, actually, property taxes have, valuations have gone up, so the capital outlay mill levy is taking in more money. Property insurance, we have a lot of insurers in the state that have either left the state or dropped districts without changing the way they do deductibles. So now the most common way is that the deductible is 1% of the value of the property, and it's per property per event. And if you're talking about a comprehensive 6A high school, that's a $120 million property. So they are keeping more in cash because they have to self-insure in some ways, but then they always budget to spend all of it, because if that storm comes through this year, you have to have the authority to spend it. So I think that it's going to be important with capital outlay to look at actual to actual. Budget is going to be a much larger number every year.
Thank you for that explanation. And I guess when we look on this sheet with the orange on it, Representative Williams was pointing that out to me. Could you address that, Representative Williams, if it's okay with you, Madam Chair?
Representative Williams. And then we're not done with the teacher discussion. We're going to wrap that up, but we will go ahead and finish
Okay,
this.
well, just really quick, I was just showing that this is such a, I just think this document's amazing. But anyway, on the capital outlay, it does show since 2007, and yes, there have been changes in the law. We all know that. There's been definite changes. There's a 389% increase. So yes, there were years of decline, but it's a steady increase. And yes, valuations are going up, and we do understand the budgeted piece of that. That's true, but they are, because it's 8 mills, and 8 mills draws more money every single year, and they're incentivized to take that full amount if possible, because then they get equalized, or at least those that meet that standard get equalized.
So then if I may, Madam Chair, my question about that is, when we're looking at budget, when we're looking at formula, do we take into consideration that the formula accounts for, they've set aside X amount of dollars because it's budgeted for X, but this was spent? Do they just not get that? Because it's reimbursement, it just stays with the state? Is that what I'm understanding?
So when you look at the budgeted number, the budgeted number is budget authority, not actual dollars to spend. And so after the audits are done, KSDE compares what you actually get through the formula to your budgeted general fund, and whichever one is lower is what you have the authority to spend. So if something happens and you actually get more than you thought you would, you'd have to republish your budget in order to have the authority to spend. So that's why just in all of these, looking at budgeted numbers, I mean, we tell districts to budget high enough that you have the authority to spend the dollars you get. But remember, you can't spend dollars you didn't get. So actuals to actuals are always a better way to do it. So if, for instance, they budgeted that they were going to have 1,000 students and they only got 950, they would only receive funding for 950. And so that would be the only money that they had to spend.
But then the capital outlay portion, is that also based on the number of students?
Now, the capital outlay portion, as Representative Williams says, is it's actually the only bond and interest and capital outlay are the only ones, well, actually, capital outlay is the only one where the district sets a mill levy, and it's whatever the property tax provides based on that mill levy. All of the other levies that a district sets, they're looking for a particular amount of money that's part of a formula, and then it's whatever mills it takes to make that happen. So capital outlay is different. If you keep an 8 mill levy and property tax and property valuations go up, you will collect more, the district will collect more money.
So then capital outlay is or is not part of the overall formula?
So it is not part of the KISA formula that which is part of our charge to discuss.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, so we're going to come back to the teacher salary issue, but just so, again, we kind of mentioned this earlier today about the parts of the formula that we need to make sure we focus on and what's outside of that. So Jennifer's going to hopefully, again, kind of remind us of that. And if we need to get, something delineating that, we will.
So on the 11/17 Kansas comparative information, that's the school finance side, the parts that we're talking about that are are sunsetting would be the section that says state foundation aid and supplemental state aid. I'm looking at Tamara, who's not looking at me. Yes, okay. And then there are also state aid formulas for the special education capital outlay, capital improvement. And those are not part of the two sections that are sunsetting, but they are part of the overall school finance. So when you talk about the school finance formula, there is the base formula, which is the state foundation aid. Then there's the supplemental state aid, and those are the two that are being sunsetted. And then we have the other ones that are the major categories of state aid. And so the capital outlay state aid is outside of state foundation aid, but it does have its own formula, which is why we call it out with its own section in the major categories of state aid. I hope that clarified and didn't confuse.
We do have a question on that. Representative Williams?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On that question, the supplemental state aid definitely correlates or actually has attributable monies to special education. So in that sense, if we change anything with supplemental state aid and that percentage that's attributable to the weightings, for example, special education, then we are touching it, but that particular weighting is not part. So all the other weightings would be part of it, correct?
Jennifer?
Such as transportation, high and low, all of that. Bilingual.
So the weightings that we discussed in depth last session, 2 sessions ago, would all be part of the state foundation aid formula. Representative Williams is correct in that special education does have a weighting, but as we talked about yesterday, that weighting is backed into with the money from special education state aid. And so yes, every weighting that is being factored into state foundation aid would be part of the state foundation aid discussion that is expiring in 2027.
So transportation's included, everything, but special education gets backed out, so it's not technically, but if we're changing anything with supplemental, it's going to impact it.
Yeah, correct. Yes. Oh, I see some.
Well, I can clarify.
So the weighting in statute is written the way it is. So if you change the way you wanted to do the special education weighting, again, looking at the revisers across from me, that would be, you're changing statute for how you're calculating it. And I'd have to let them speak to that part of it for special education. It is written into statute how we calculate that weighting, so.
I can clarify. You look confused. Is that all right, Madam Chair?
Okay, I'm seeing a hand over here. So Dr. Harwood.
So the special education appropriation and distribution formulas are in 3422, which does not have a sunset on it at all. The dollars, the distribution part that's attributed to a school, we take the amount, divide it by the base, put it into a FTE, and that weighting gets thrown back into the formula. That would help calculate the supplemental general fund, or LOB. And then separately, there is a requirement that the LOB funding you get, because the special education funding goes through your general fund, then has to be transferred to special education. So there's a lot of, so there are several different moving parts, and they're in different statutes. The special education formula does not have a sunset. I'm not sure where the mandatory transfer is. It may, or where the weighting part is. That part may have, but the amount of funding for special education is completely separate, but there's some ways how it gets connected back through.
I'm going to call everyone's attention back to our transparent principle. Simple, logical, clearly, I'm telling you. Okay. All right. And I truly anticipate we will have just a dedicated special education as it ties into the two portions that we specifically have to address. But what Representative Estes brought up as far as adding in the formula awaiting for teacher salary, that does impact our core two parts that we have to address. So I'm going to draw us back to that, and we can have special education capital outlay and all of those, but I want to draw us back to that because we really need to focus our attention at this point on those aspects. And I have Representative Williams down.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My comments were not about the teacher aspect. It was just about, you asked for just comments about where we were heading. Is that appropriate, or are we holding off?
Let's hold. Are there other comments or questions on Representative Estes's? Dr. Nineswander.
So when we do have that conversation, I think it'd be important to have clarity on what we mean by instruction, because in our budget documents that we have to code and report, there's instruction and instructional support. And so instruction is where you're going to see a teacher. Instructional support is where you're going to see the counselor, the nurse, the aide, the library. We hired 2 school-based clinicians this year. The teachers will tell you they can't survive or function without that instructional support. So when we look at instruction, I hope we can think about the counselors, the social, all of that wraparound para, whether we would consider that as influential and supportive of instruction, or are we just saying just teachers? Because sometimes they feel like, well, we're not included as it valued to student outcomes and learning, which the teachers will tell. So anyway, I think that's important when we talk about instruction. We kind of who's involved as a licensed counselor, school-based clinic, doing all the support so those teachers can be successful in the classroom. And that, superintendent, no. Library media, that's got kids in the classroom, the paras in the classroom, that's all separated from instruction. But I think it'd be important to kind of have a conversation of what do we mean when we say that's part, we would say that's valued cost to instruction.
So in the guidebook, I don't know the technical term, if I remember back, and it's been a while, there's, what is it, 1001 is instruction and is defined. Is that kind of what you're referring to? And then underneath that on a different number is instructional support? Okay. So we can bring those to the conversation for sure. Teacher?
Yeah, I
Okay,
just,
Representative McDonald.
thank you, Madam Chair. He has articulated what I've been trying to say when I say accounting, right? This dollars to the classroom notion. Nobody would argue that a para is a essential part of the classroom. It's just not counted as one. And so I think that some people might skew the narrative to make it sound like we're nefarious, like we're robbing these teachers of resources, when actually, counselors do teach lessons in elementary school. And I would argue they should be a part of the dollars to the classroom accounting method. However he said it was much better. But if that is something within our purview to look at those categories, like which professions in this teaching realm or the education realm qualify to be counted as those dollars in the classroom, or as you said, instruction, I think that's really something I'd like to look at.
I guess I think for the purposes of funding, we have an instruction definition, and I think I alluded to this earlier. I've said in Principal Academy, that's what we called it. To the point when there was the effort to put 65% of our funding into the classroom, my characterization, it was a mockery. Well, kids need recess time, to be in the classroom to learn effectively. That's part of instruction. Well, they have to have a full tummy. So, food service is part of instruction. And so I understand what you're saying. What I think in the context of this task force is we have a clear definition of instruction. And let's talk about what that funding level may look like to help our kids be successful. We have a definition of instructional support, right? That's defined for us. So can we not, in the sense of funding, now we can say what's valid as far as what impacts the classroom, but for the funding purposes, we have a definition of instruction, we have a definition of instructional support. Can we not look at those through the lens of how much do we think is appropriate for this definition of instruction and this definition of instructional support? That makes sense to me. Does that provide us some absolute definitive, and then we can talk about how much we think is appropriate for those areas. Is that acceptable to everybody, rather than trying to blur the definition of what's instruction and what's not? Because we have those definitions from the department. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think research said they would get us that list, but I don't have that list. So if we could get that in writing, that would help me to be on the same page. Thank you.
Yes, we will get that. Okay, did you have something? I'm always afraid I'm missing Representative Hill for some reason. I had, Ninth Wonder, we got what you needed, and then Representative Estes, then we'll move to another topic.
Thank you. I appreciate so much that we've been able to have this conversation. And the bottom line for me is that we get our teachers above the poverty line. I think that's a small number. I'm certainly open to lots of different ways to do it. And the portion of the conversation that included accountability, I think that's kind of understood because we've talked about accountability. And I think we are all trying to get to the point where we say we want to make sure what we do for children is the best for children, and there's a reasonable and rational basis for what we're doing. And I look forward to us to having further conversation on this in the future. Thank you all again.
Okay, thank you. I was just handed by the revisor, current statute has a definition of instruction. I don't know if that is the same as what is in the guidebook or whatever you call it, or not. So I was just looking at that to get a feel for what the statutory definition is, Dr. Harwood.
And I would have to look, I'd have to put them side by side to know if there's any differences. We're more than happy to do that, but I don't have that answer right off the top of my head.
So what I'm going to propose for the sake of time is that we get both of those and see any differences and maybe come to consensus as to, for the purposes of funding, we have something in statute. I think it's incumbent upon us to perhaps look at that definition, the differences in what's in the guidelines, and maybe reconcile those for clarification on for funding purposes. So can we put that aside for now and get that information before we go further with that? Okay, perfect. Representative Williams.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. Just, we've got these guiding principles, and then you just asked, you opened it up to just general thoughts about things that we would love to see. As a one individual, I would love to eliminate some of those weightings. One of those weightings, in the effort to be more transparent, predictive, stable, one of those weightings I would probably would like to at least consider elimination would be at risk. We have had 2 LPA audits on at risk, and it seems like it's going to general ed. And so if that's where it needs to go, then we could shift that money to increase the base. And then you could also shift part of that money, even 5% of it, to maybe address those higher poverty areas or types of teacher occupations that are very hard to fill, either in locality or in terms of populations or in terms of what they teach. For example, it's a high demand area and there are not enough teachers to fill those, whether it's math or science. So, the thought is to eliminate some of the weightings, reduce the weightings, look at eliminating at risk and just putting that money in the base, increasing the base, but holding off some of it to incentivize outcomes in some manner. So a piece of it would be incentivizing outcomes. Another thing I would like us to look at is eliminating the low and high enrollment and putting that money into the base. So, you're going to be 1 or 2, so everybody's going to get an increase in base, and then if you've got the low enrollment piece of it, that's its own separate one. So it's not as if you're taking it away completely, you're just taking away the redundancy. You're just gonna increase or inflate the base and then give only 1 for those that are very small. The other thing I was gonna just mention, there are at least 2, I'm sure there's many more, court cases right now where students are suing their school districts because they graduated with a 3.3 or a 3.6 GPA and they can't read. And there's a girl and a guy, one in Connecticut and one in Tennessee. And I don't think this is going to be something that we need to be cognizant of. And so I think the idea that we're not just graduating, and so therefore when we are looking at measurable ways to identify whether it's multiple ways, whether it's state assessment, some combination of formative, ACT, whether or not they are taking co-requisite classes, who's paying for that? Maybe if you've got 20% of your students going on to college and we're paying for 40% of their classes to be retaken, we charge that back to the schools. So I definitely think I would hope that our new formula would include some manner in which accountability is real, transparency is real and easier, and eliminate the weightings that aren't producing. It's because it's not producing.
Okay, a lot to unpack there, so let's take it one at a time. First of all, this is part of one of the 2 areas we need to prioritize, so I think we'll go ahead and tackle it. So, and again, keeping in mind, how would eliminating these weightings potentially affect students? I think it depends on what we would use those funds for in lieu of what we're currently using them for. So the first one that was mentioned was at risk. So I'm going to open it up for discussion on eliminating the at-risk funding. Representative Hill. See, I knew you were going to say something, so I just was
I am
anticipating.
for sure
Okay.
wanting to talk this time. Thank you, Madam Chair. I have some problems with at-risk, in addition to the challenges we've seen through post audits, I think the premises that the poorer you are, the less likely you are to be able to learn is really a bad premises. And I guess maybe I'm a little biased because I come from a very poor background. And I think the idea that if you're poor, you can't learn is not something we should, it sounds quite a lot like the caste system in India. And if you take it the other way, you say, well, you know, should we take away money from kids that have wealthy parents because they can learn more? I think that premises is off. I think a better premises is that there are certain kids that have academic challenges that addressing resources, and this kind of gets back to the idea of targeting where money will do the most good. And I think the idea of at-risk was to reach kids that have challenges. I think in implementation, it's quite a lot like what Representative Williams said. It becomes a revenue stream for general education. And I think we can do better. But to do better, we have to have measurable ways we can say, this child is actually at risk, or not at risk, but underperforming is maybe a better term, because at risk is a predictive term that at some point in time, they're doing okay now, but at some point in time, they may not. I think the better approach is to direct resources to kids that are not achieving academic success.
Taking notes. Okay, I'm going to go over here. I'm going to go Dr. Gibson, then Senator Gossage.
Yeah, one of the priorities we had stated earlier was fair. So I think there are weightings that are in place that we need to consider, and that risk is one of those I do believe are maybe misunderstood. And just kind of going back to, I think Dr. Harwood and presented this in a previous meeting, and just a reminder that the funding is based on free lunch, but the resources are allocated based on student needs. And so I can share in our district, and I've worked across those that have more impoverished areas to those in Johnson County, which maybe have less. To remove that weighting, to remove those resources, we're going to have profound impacts. Perhaps we're not getting the results we all want. That's possible, but I do believe by removing them, we'll see the exact opposite occur, and we'll see even diminishing results. And when I'm thinking about that, I'm thinking about a few things we do, whether it be small groups, interventions to support and target specific skills. That'd be an example. We talked about class size mattering to at least a few people at the table. That would be impacted when we're having all students placed all right back in without additional supports, on top of additional programming like summer school, after-school programs, and those type of things. So I do think that over the years, we have gotten much better, and we're being held to a higher accountable level when it comes to how we're using those resources.
Senator Gossage.
I was going to ask if one of them could speak to that, so that's great. The other thing was, maybe there's a misunderstanding, but I didn't hear Representative Williams say that we would remove the funding, just transfer the funding to the base. So by my understanding that is, if it's transferred to the base, that the schools would have greater discretion as to how they spend those funds. Am I right? I see some hands.
That was my understanding, Representative
Okay.
Williams. Do you want to address that?
Can.
Dr.
So
Harwood.
what I heard Representative Williams say was that you would eliminate the weighting, and then most of the funding would go into the base, and then she talked about that there would be some portion of it held back for a couple other things. I didn't catch all of them. So I think that seemed to be the where it was going. I think certainly we should have a conversation about, because when you look at student funding formulas, you can either have a relatively low base and high weightings or a relatively high base and low weightings. Not good or bad, just different. If we increase the base, we have to look at all the weightings because that's going to change bilingual and everything else. Makes perfect sense. I would be opposed to eliminating a at-risk student weighting completely. Now, is free lunch the best way to do it? It's been the best way we've come up with so far. There are a lot of other ways to do it. But I do think if you're going to target funds to help students that are not performing to the level that you want in districts that have especially more of those students, a weighting to that seems to be go into the fair category. Now, certainly we should talk about, is the at-risk weighting what it needs to be? If you do that, it will have a very disproportionate impact on districts when we start looking at how that happens. Because if you're a district that's 90% free lunch now, and you take away the weighting, and I'll just kind of use some districts. If you look at Wichita would get disproportionately hurt, DeSoto would come out way ahead because they have relatively fewer. So that just has to be considered if you're going to have that conversation.
So my question would be, okay, fair. The fairness aspect was brought up. I want to go up to our guiding principle. How is this helping students? How is the current way we're funding at risk helping those kids? How is it helping our kids? We're putting more money into at risk. Are we getting the desired outcomes? Dr. Nineswander, then Representative McDonald.
So I will add to that also transparency, because with what we generate at risk, we transfer it to a fund where we spend all the resources that go to the kids that do have, they're behind academically, they have behavioral, some of them come from wealthy families, some of them come from, but at least my school-based clinicians, my paras, my additional, those things would then be gone and just feathered into the general fund. Now, I'm going to tag them somehow, but so that's where we put everything that works for those tiered, our MTSS, our tiered intervention, all of that is in that fund. That would then probably, I'd create something, but for transparency, you would probably never see that. The other thing, and it's not going to affect us as it would some of our neighbors, is we don't have high generational poverty in our district. And yes, again, right now it's the only thing that we collect systemically district or statewide. Poverty is an indicator. It is not a label. But when you have large KCK, which you're going to have kids with, so I think there would be a disparity because we would probably come out a little better than our one of our neighbors to the west of us that has twice the poverty levels than we do. So I just, talking as a whole, that'd be my only concern.
Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You ask, how is this helping kids? And I think we can all acknowledge that some kids have more barriers to learning than other kids. So I think these funds in a targeted fashion are helping kids. I have, if I can ask a follow-up question for Frank, Dr. Harwood. It has been a little bit since we had a K-12 budget meeting when you spoke, but are there other determinants that qualify for a child for at-risk other than free and reduced lunch? And if so, what are they?
So for at-risk funding, it is only free lunch. For spending, receiving the resources, I think it's 12 categories that students can have the label of. And that's, one of them is not on track to graduate, performing below grade level. So there are a lot of those things that go in there. If you are a free lunch student, and don't have any academic needs, you actually don't get at-risk resources. The district got funded because you were there, but you just didn't get any of the resources. And that just goes into the idea is that nobody thought that because you came from a poor house, you couldn't learn. There is a strong correlation between poverty and lower student performance. And so that's why a lot of states went with poverty as a way to target at-risk funding, even if that's not where you spend the money. So again, it's a good conversation to have. Are we doing it the right way? To Senator Erickson's questions a little bit. So on the sustainability, this is dedicated funding for this purpose. And, are we getting what we want to out of it? Maybe a different question of if we're not getting what we want, but we think that this dedicated funding is what it is there something we need to change about that? We've already done that with the at-risk accountability plans, which go into effect not this year, but the year after that. So we have some things that are moving in that direction. I think that needs to come into effect when we start looking at that as well.
Can I follow up just in response?
Certainly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be really uncomfortable removing a weighting entirely. I hope that we aren't making knee-jerk decisions like that today, but I represent both Olathe and Blue Valley, who have very different demographics. But, I'm skipping ahead a little bit. She mentioned eliminating a high enrollment weighting. And, these are not willy-nilly things I'd like to just toss out there. So if we are going to eliminate a weighting, I really want us to have some in-depth conversations, have the opportunity to ask some speakers to come and present to the committee, that sort of thing.
Again, I don't know where we're getting that we are rushing this process or making decisions in any way, shape, or form. I think I've repeatedly said that. So I want to make final time I'm going to say, we are not making knee-jerk reactions or decisions. We are not rushing the process. We are going to devote as much time and discussion as is necessary. So these continual references to somehow this process isn't what I'm saying it is. Now, if you've got specific instances that how we are having this discussion is being knee-jerk or rushed, then please come and see me and talk to me about that. But never has my intention been, and I think I've made that abundantly clear. So I'm not going to address that again, other than to say that is not the intention. That has not ever been what I've communicated. So the knee-jerk and rushing, commentary, I take offense at, quite frankly, Representative McDonald.
I apologize, that's not my intention, but what I heard you say is, can we find some consensus in this room on certain things? And we had conversation with Representative Estes's thing, and largely we did find consensus on that. So maybe it's my misunderstanding, but when you say, can we find consensus in today's environment, I'm not really sure what you're asking for from us.
So thank you for clarifying that. When I say, can we get consensus, that this is an issue that we think we need to take up as part of a potential change in the formula. And then what we will do is take those items that this group says, yes, we think we want to look at potentially adding a weighting for teacher, or yes, we want to look at potentially taking at-risk funds and using them in a different direction. Then what we're going to do between now and our next meeting is have staff look at what would that really look like in real terms if we were to adopt something like that, and run the scenarios. That's the process. So if that's not been the understanding, again, let me just make that clear, that that's when we talk about, we will not take formal votes, but I'm just trying to get consensus from both voting and non-voting members as to what we think are important pieces to move forward to focus on, okay? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do think I have some consensus with something Representative Williams said in this regard. I would like for us to look at the way we identify at-risk students, the way we fund it. I appreciate that Dr. Harwood pointed out there are lots of children that it could be spent on. And there are also kids who might have been allocated the funding that it can't be spent on. So to me, that's not very congruous. So thank you for all that clarification. I apologize if I've been offensive. I really am just trying to understand the process. So thank you.
I had Senator Gossage, then Senator Petty, and then Director Rooker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just have to tell you, in my years in education, never was I involved in formulas or the budget or any of that. And even though I've served for the last 4 years on the Education Committee and we've looked at the state budget, it's very different than the formulas that they have. So I know some of my questions may sound ignorant or at best uninformed, but I appreciate those around this table to be able to answer those, and they are just that, questions. So when we talk about the weighting, for example, and so again, a question, do we currently, is everyone's base the same? All school districts would have the same base. That makes sense as to why we heard that would help some school districts but hurt others if we would take away the weighting and add that to the base. Is that what I understand?
Dr. Harwood.
So the base is the same, and it's set and it's agreed to in consensus estimate every year. So if a district has, for at-risk, if a district has a much higher proportion of free lunch students, a greater part of their general fund is from the at-risk weighting. So if you took away the at-risk weighting and added all back to the base, when you add up the new number, they would end up with a lower general fund budget, whereas somebody that had a lower proportion of free lunch students would have a higher general fund number. And so that's just a reality. If you're changing weightings, that's going to happen. We just need to be aware of what happens when we do it.
So it's helpful to me on this committee to be able to know, how are we doing it now? Because if I don't know that, then I can't compare, like if we were to change it, what would that look like? So really appreciate if something is brought up to say, well, this is how we're doing it now, and that would how I'd change it. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Oh, could we do the same thing that was brought up about the low and high enrollment weighting and how that, what a difference that would look like? Like
Yes,
we
and
did with
let's-
the FTE weighting?
We will get to that. That's on my list of
Okay.
discussion, but let's stick right now with at-risk until we've had all of the discussion on that, and then we'll go to the other items that Representative Williams added up. I do have a clarification from research, Jennifer.
I think one of the easiest ways to think about it is that base is standard across. The weightings change the number that we're multiplying by that base. So when you talk about the at-risk weighting, different school districts have a different number that is then multiplied against base for that weighting. Same thing with every one of our weightings. And so when we're talking about, when you talk about changing weightings or eliminating weightings, you're talking about changing the numbers that are being multiplied by base for that weighting, which then comes up with the total number that a school district gets for foundation aid.
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. So then, as a follow-up, if I have, let's say that I have a school district, and in my school district, we have a large portion of students who are low income. However, does that necessarily mean that I would need more teachers, more paras, et cetera, to be able to accommodate them? Or is it more than just that they are at risk because of income? They might have a learning disability. They might have something else. Wouldn't they be then in a different classification of weighting?
Dr. Harwood?
So, I believe the idea behind an at-risk weighting is that, and again, we base it on poverty, but we spend it on at-risk, is that if you have the more students you have that have risk factors, the more services you need to provide. And so that could be smaller class sizes, so you do have to have more teachers. Could be aides in the classroom. Could be, one of them is emotional disturbance, so it could be more counselors. If that student then has a special education label, like learning disability, those services would be funded from a different place, special education. But if it's not, if it's part of what Dr. Nunswander talked about with MTSS, which where now you have a math interventionist, you would pay for that person out of the at-risk funding, and that would be an additional person, staff member you would have, that if you didn't have students with those risk factors you wouldn't need to have the money for.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would remind us, we've gotten so much material, which is all very helpful. And I think that within something that we received February 20th, it has the spelled out those students that would benefit from at-risk funding in a school district. I know I represent school districts that have high free lunch populations. So they do receive that funding, but then that funding is not spent on that population, but on the population that meets the criteria within these gray sheets under that identified population that would benefit. And I think that it goes to what Representative Hill was referring to when wanting money to be going towards those students that are in need. So it seems to me that this is dedicated funding that is addressing those, helps to address those issues. And if it's changed, as was mentioned earlier, it certainly would skew to where districts that don't have those high poverty populations would be getting more money, and those that do have high poverty, which, and whether we like it or not, does identify as a risk that can affect learning, would receive a lot less more funding. So I'm a strong supporter of keeping our at-risk weighting.
Okay, Director Ricker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think as the discussion has unfolded, I think what I had to say and things have evolved. I want to circle back to Representative Hill and some of the thoughts around really wanting to make sure that we're focused at risk funding on the students academically at risk. I would say one of the components that I was pretty disappointed by in our 17-18 experience with this was an attempt to add a secondary component of at-risk funding that was rejected as inequitable. We were trying to address a subset of districts that do have demonstrable academic need for a certain subset of students who are not getting what they felt was adequate funding through the free lunch proxy. And the court rejected that argument, and that we can dig into that, the how and why that wasn't successful. I think one of the things we did at that time that was incredibly helpful was to, I think, Madam Chair, it's what I'm hearing you describe as your intention for this process, is to be willing to embrace the exploration of ideas, where we come in to explore how a model suggested. I'm pointing to Representative Williams because she had some pretty concrete things to offer. I think we would benefit from looking at what, not conceptually, but actually what changes look like, so it can help us wrestle with the pros and cons of different ideas. I think speaking conceptually, things sound really good. We learned in 2017 through the committee process that what felt like a good idea to shift to, and I will use this at-risk weighting as the key example, we actually wrote a version of the bill to use the census count and then unpacked the effect that had. And it was less precise, and there were reasons why ultimately we ended up back at the free lunch count. So there may be other methods that we want to explore, or the idea of an adjustment to the base versus an actual weighting. I think we just need to be fearless in taking a look at what the effect of these ideas will have. And then, to the representative's point, armed with that information, we can make informed decisions. You can make informed decisions. But I think that's what I give a lot of credit to the committee chair at the time, Representative Campbell. He was open to ideas. There are members of the gallery who had proposals submitted for consideration, and the committee took the time to review and explore the real world effect of that. And I would hope that is partly that decisions will be anchored in that kind of information before, and it sounds like that's what you are intending over the next 6 months or so.
Yes, well said. And so I know I am probably concrete sequential in my thinking. So this type of, like you said, let's not be afraid to put ideas on the table. We have an opportunity here to do what we challenge our students to do every day. Think critically, be innovative, be creative. And yes, we know the reality, but at this point in the process, I want us just to brainstorm. If we could create the ideal formula, what parts would we change? What would that look like? Then we are going to get down to what we can realistically do. But I don't want to confine us to those conversations at this point in the process. But then staff and I will go back and say, okay, this idea had some traction in our conversations. How would that really be implemented and look like? So for those of us who are concrete sequential, this is probably driving us a little nuts at the time, and we don't operate in this type very well, but we will get to the concrete sequential part, I promise you. I am going to go to Representative Hill, and
May I just follow up on that?
Would you like to follow up?
Just, we learned a lot about unintended consequences through that process. We learned that certain ways that we thought were really grand ideas for addressing the academic need actually would have incentivized not intervening and helping support students, because you got more funding if they stayed in those lower levels. So I think that's the benefit of airing that real world effect of certain ideas.
Okay, Representative Hill, then Dr. Harwood.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and I want to go back a little bit more on, and I just think that this at-risk deal is really big. There's a lot of money involved here, and we owe it to the taxpayers, to the citizens of Kansas, to allocate that money in a way, and I think there might have been some indications that we're trying to eliminate that funding. I would not be supportive of eliminating funding. I think with the number one thing that we have on our list of guiding principles is transparency. And, one of the challenges we have through the school finance formula is that there's a lot of cases that are just like this. We want to target these kids, but we're going to fund based off of these kids. It's not exactly a transparent process. It's not exactly a targeted process. And I think, is the current system working? Well, I don't know. I mean, if somebody can tell me, if at-risk is really working, when we look at state assessments, you should not be able to tell a difference between low poverty districts and high poverty districts, because that's the idea, I think, of at-risk, is that we're going to bring up the high poverty districts to look just like the low poverty districts. And is that happening? I mean, that's a good question. I mean, I haven't seen the answer to it. I haven't seen the answer to what is the return we're getting on the at-risk money. You know, have we made a significant difference in those districts that are called high at-risk districts? And I think this comes back to the idea that if we don't have measurable benchmarks, if we don't have something that we can say, this is what we want to achieve, are we achieving it? The whole idea of funding based on outcomes is irrelevant. I mean, an outcome is not that we spent the money. And an outcome is a change in academic performance. And over the next 7 months, you might get tired of me saying that. But if we don't put in place targets and ways to measure those targets, it's all irrelevant. I mean, where does the money go? Well, what difference does it make if it doesn't make any difference in kids' lives? So I think we really, the at-risk funding is a huge thing. We need to get it right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Dr. Harwood.
So I think to kind of put some things together from a couple other people, I do think we need to look at-risk funding, and we probably need to look at some different things. So Representative Williams' idea was to eliminate that weighting and shift, not eliminate the funding, eliminate the weighting. And so it's a fairly simple model to run of what happened, you know, how much do you increase the base and you move on. And so we could look at, and so this would be volunteering KLDR, probably with KSDE's help, to look at, so what is it now? What happens if you cut it in half? Is it 20, I mean, maybe it's 75%, 25%, all the way down to zero. What happens? And then you can talk about, well, is that what we wanted to have happen? I think we can do that with a lot of the weightings. Just because I know the way superintendents think, we throw these out there as what if, and hey, we want to know. Somebody's going to read it as you cut at-risk weighting. No, we didn't. We just wanted to see what the effects were. And I will have the opportunity to talk to superintendents several times and help them understand. Until somebody takes a vote, it's not even a recommendation, it's just a question. And so you should pay attention to it, but otherwise, let the process work and let us throw as many things out as we can, and then we can pick through the ones that make the most sense.
Okay, Senator Gossage.
I realize we have a superintendent, a sitting superintendent here, but I think it would be good to hear from the superintendent. Maybe they have ideas like, well, you know, here's what I think. That are they sharing those with you, Dr. Harwood, or are they sharing those with Dr. Gibson? They're sharing them with you, Dr. Nineswander.
Dr. Nineswander's going to say I've been sharing them. I take it, but Dr. Nineswander.
So Jim Porter, that's on this, and myself, every Thursday morning, we provide an update to, there's probably 150 of the superintendents. So every time following up from one of these, we share back with them.
Good.
We try to make sure that keep the anxiety level down, you know, just that here's what we're doing. Up to this point, it's been a lot of learning. This will be the first time that we'll be able to report just what a lot of discussion has been about, kind of what some of the next steps are. So we do that every Thursday morning. And I might add one context around this because I just looked. We have 220 kids in our district that qualify for free lunch. We serve over 320 districts that meet some level of at-risk qualifier. So, and you'll see that across the state. We serve more kids at risk than what generate it. It's just the poverty is just one method to generate, but we serve more than the ones that generate.
If I could just make a comment, Madam Chair. Something that really disturbs me is that when I taught school in the Kansas City, Missouri School District of Hickman Mills School District, not considered a high income area. I attended that school district and graduated from Ruskin High School. So in teaching there, we had a lot of apartments. We had 10 kids out of our entire elementary school that were on free lunch. What has happened? How did we go from few students to now? And there are schools that just decided, what the heck, we're just going to give everybody free lunch. Yeah, some kids are going to qualify, but it's just easier for us just to go ahead. Free breakfast, free lunch. I realize it's a rhetorical question, but begs the question, we're putting so much money into trying to help people get out of poverty, yet we have so many people that are qualifying that their kids are getting free lunch in school. It's very troubling. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes, before because I think we're about to the point on this one that we can move on. But before we do, again, I want to bring it back to our overarching question, which is, how is what we're doing working for kids? And I'm looking at a chart that was given to us at a previous meeting, and I'm looking at at-risk and high-density at-risk weighting FTE times the base, and it's almost $592 million. Now, we don't have an at-risk category, so we can look at what at-risk students' assessment scores are. But we do know that it's probably those students on the chart that we got earlier today, probably ELL and we know that funding almost $592 million a year, and our outcomes are getting lower. So it begs the question, is this an effective way to make sure that we're meeting our student needs and achieving our goal of maximizing resources and directing them to where they benefit student outcomes? I don't know how anyone could say this is the best way to do it, and we just need to continue to do it based on that. So I agree, and I appreciate Dr. Harwood going to work with KLRD to maybe look at some options. We will bring those back and have some more in-depth discussion about what would that look like, where would we direct those funds, what if we increased the base, what if we did some incentivizing of what we do want to see. And I appreciate Director Rooker saying, because it is so true. Districts are driven by making sure they have enough money to do what they think they need to do. And we incentivize more kids in the lower levels because you get more money. So we need to flip that mentality. We want to reward more of what we want to see. And that's increased outcomes, not decreased. So we're going to move away from this, but before we do, Representative Estes.
Dr. Niswander, I wanted to thank you for what you said about, I think it was you, it may have been Dr. Harwood, until it's voted on, it isn't real, and we haven't made a single policy vote yet, because I've been disturbed, and I'm not saying this is happening at your meeting, I want to be very, very clear with that, but I've been disturbed that I'm getting phone calls from superintendents who are saying they are being told, we're going to need a lawsuit. Districts with less than 100 students are going to cease to exist, and then then down the road, those with less than 250. And I think it's very important that things that have not even been voted on not be put out there as something that is going to happen. And then it breaks my heart that we don't even have a formula, and it's already, some people are headed to a lawsuit, and we haven't even made a single decision.
Thank you, Representative. Yes, I happened to be in an event along those lines. I was going to broach this subject before we adjourned today, but given the opportunity. So I was in an event recently, and a group found out I was a legislator. And they came up to me and said, "Oh, you're a legislator?" And I said, "Yes." And they said, "Well, what do you know about this group that's rewriting the school funding formula?" I said, "Well, as a matter of fact, I'm currently chairing that effort." And they said, "Well, we are administrators. Why are you writing small districts out of the formula?" And I said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Up to this point, we've had informational sessions. We have not had any specific discussions. Where did you get that? And they said, well, they attended the Kansas Council of Superintendents meetings, where this was shared with superintendents. And imagine the fear-mongering that went in to superintendents of these districts being told that this group is writing a certain size of district out of the funding formula. Now, if anyone can show me anywhere that we have talked about or seriously considered that, please let me know. They went on to say that at this same meeting, they were being encouraged to join Schools for Fair funding because they were gearing up for a lawsuit. Specifically, it was going to cost $1.15 per student to join. And we all know from past experience that goes up about ×5 during actual litigation. But they were being encouraged. Now, this is their words, not mine. They didn't know me from Adam. I had never met them before. But this is what they are saying was conveyed to them at this meeting. And I want to quote, because I said, can you please send me documentation of this? And within a few hours, I had it. The most startling statement made during our discussion was that schools with student populations of less than 100 will cease to exist within the next 3 years. Now, I'm not saying who made those comments, but I am saying if we are going to come to this table in good faith, there has been poisoning of the well against this process already, and superintendents are worried. I hope superintendents are watching this today, and I would hope that the professionals at that superintendent meeting, since apparently they didn't correct the misinformation, will take an opportunity to do so. So I appreciate going forward. I appreciate the conversation and the communication. I would hope that we would, again, presume positive intentions and be factual about what is and what is not occurring in this process. It doesn't benefit anyone to poison the well and already start gearing up for an expensive lawsuit without even having anything to sue over yet. But that mentality is not helpful to anyone in this process. And so, enough said on that. I see Representative McDonald. Did you have your hand up? Someone did over here. I'm sorry, Dr. Nines-Wonder.
So Dr. Gibson and I attend those. We're not always at the same one at the same time, but I have not heard any of that. But like I mentioned, Jim Porter and I, on Thursday mornings, we provide updates after these meetings. So we will do our best to make sure that, you know, sometimes you got to hear things 4 or 5 times, but at least they can hear something at least when they tune in on Thursdays.
I appreciate that. Thank you. And speaking of, we do have Mr. Porter online. Mr. Porter?
Thank you. Brad just said what I was going to say, that first of all, that discussion has not happened in my presence. So, you know, and I'm going to request, you indicated that you didn't want to share who told you that, but I would appreciate it if you would privately let me know. That's all.
I appreciate the request, but just out of respect and for privacy, I do not take anonymous input. I do not. I think if someone cannot put their name to it, I don't take that. This is not anonymous. I know exactly who it came from. I never met the person before, but I do have the name and individual, but I do not feel comfortable sharing that outside of the conversation that I had with that person. So appreciate that, and I appreciate any clarity you can provide as you hear those things, because there is going to be a lot of concern and attention, rightfully so, from superintendents going, what's happening? And the rumor mill is going to get flowing. So if we can make sure that we're conveying accurate information, that would be much appreciated. And I think it's helpful to everyone in the process. So appreciate that. So now, moving on, another thing mentioned by Representative Williams that is similar to this is the high and low enrollment weighting. So at this point, we'll quickly open it up for any discussion on that. Any discussion on high and low enrollment, maybe taking that weighting and then repurposing those funds for something else. Dr. Harwood.
So on that, one of the things I would like to see is the elimination of the high enrollment weighting, because it's the same for everything, and it just makes sense to put that in the base. The low enrollment weighting, I think we need to look at that because Kansas I will go on record now as saying I don't think Kansas can ever get rid of all districts below 100 because we have areas where that's what they need to serve them. So I do think we have to look at how we currently do that, and happy to model whatever that is. The high enrollment weighting, rolling that back into the base, I think actually has no impact on anybody, especially if then you subtract that amount from the low enrollment weighting too. And I'd be happy. We need to look at the models we have for low enrollment. Happy to. I think that's something we do need to talk about.
Director Ricker and then Senator Gossage.
Just echoing the sentiment, I think we've seen in some of the presentations, there are different ideas about how to address those districts that exist. They have to exist to serve people and their students who live out in sparsely populated areas. So I would be interested in learning more about some of the alternative approaches and see the modeling, I think, is key to really digging in. So that is one of those ideas that I think has merit to explore.
Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question again is, I understand low weighting, how was high weighting ever put in there in the first place?
Okay. Who would like to tackle that? Staff, you have an idea or? Okay, Representative Williams, do you care to? Do we have a sidebar going? Can you explain?
I'm sorry. I was just going to go back to the hold harmless in the sense that we all understand that we're not going to be making reductions off of this formula. And so some of those clever little, look at that transportation weighting. I mean, that's complicated. But I just think that some of those were probably, and I say probably because I wasn't in the room, those formulas are probably created to make sure that certain districts maintained a certain level of funding. And the high enrollment, there was something before that predated the high and low enrollment. And so it had to make sense. And so now my whole comments are not about the reduction of the overall amount of money, but eliminating the things that are unnecessary, non-transparent, don't make sense. And so that was one of them. The at-risk I would eliminate because it doesn't do anything. We pretty much know it doesn't do anything. Doesn't mean that you don't somehow figure out how to better allocate, but that's what I'm saying. So I think it was somehow it was holding something harmless, but those that were there could speak to that better.
And then the low weighting, I assume that's to make sure that they have but don't they have some kind of a base like everybody else does, or is it per pupil base? Okay.
Yes, but districts with smaller populations still have to maintain a facility, still have to do those things. So because of that, they get an extra weighting to help cover some of those costs.
And if I could just say, Madam Chair, I went to Kincaid Elementary School. If anybody knows where Kincaid, Kansas is, I'm seeing some head nods. There were 4 in the first grade, and there were 5 students in the second grade, and there were 6 in the third grade. I was in the first grade, my sister was in the third grade, we were all in the same room. So the teacher divided the board into 3 parts, and if you got done with the first grade work, we could go ahead and start on the second grade work. If I got done with the second grade work, I can do the third grade work. We moved after first grade, and I went to second grade in Wichita. And I was so bored because I was in a regular second grade classroom and I had to do what everybody else was doing at the same time. And ended up out in the hallway because I just wanted to talk to everybody because I was done with first grade work or second grade work. So what are we supposed to do now?
Oh,
So I
surely
think
not,
it's, oh
Senator
yes, I
Gossage.
know,
That is
I
hard to
know.
believe.
This quiet girl was talking. But the reason I bring this up is I know I happen to live in Johnson County barely. I'm across the street's Douglas. But I have some folks who will poo-poo rural areas of like, well, they're not teaching the kids well or whatever, and I beg to differ. You can get an extraordinarily wonderful education in a small school district because you may have fewer kids in per class size, and there can be. I just want to make sure that we recognize in the state of Kansas that rural school districts do an excellent job and have kids who excel.
I have to admit, whenever I look at every district is either high or low. And I'm like Goldilocks, well, where are the ones that are just right? I don't know. It's not in our formula. Representative Estes.
Representative Williams, are you looking or envisioning kind of like a cost savings because of we're reducing what we have to account and manage?
This is kind of like healthcare. I've never seen a cost savings. So no, I'm not. What I'm trying to do is to have it be reflective of and provide more flexibility. Look, the legislature hasn't been happy with at-risk results. We haven't been happy with the LPA audits. We keep coming up and spending a lot of time for ways to evaluate. Let's just cut to the chase and give the money to the school districts. Let them make the decisions, and then let's see how they're doing within another manner where the outcomes are incentivized. Actually incentivize it. We'll give you the money. So no, I'm not looking necessarily for cost savings. I'm looking at a way to free up the money and increase outcomes, but quit pretending that at-risk is doing anything, because it's not.
Senator Petty.
I just wanted to add that, we're having a lot of good discussion today. And, some of us have lived through these discussions before. I think they're all important, but maybe we just need to, as we start on one particular area, it might be helpful to just have staff add for us at this particular time. This weighting has been in place since whenever. And like for at-risk, it's been in place for a long time. It has morphed some over time, but just a minute ago, for example, Representative Williams threw out transportation weighting. Well, some of these weightings have been in place since the school finance formula was written, and I believe 91. But there's a lot of good reasons why, or the low enrollment weighting. So maybe just a reminder how long we've had them, so that we kind of can put that in a little bit of a context. Because they do, like with the low enrollment, that's been, those districts, as has been said, we have a variety of sizes across Kansas, and we have areas that in order to have education, we're going to have small school districts. But they also have been given the opportunity, if they wanted to, and this was through legislation, to combine and not be forced to not exist any longer, to have to no longer be a school district. So we put incentives to help them to combine if that's a possibility, but low enrollment helps them to provide those services that we know are so vitally important that they couldn't provide otherwise. But I just think for me anyway, it would be helpful just to, hey, this has been around, we've had this this long, and it may have changed one time, it may have changed no times at all, or maybe it's only been there a short time, but most of them have been there for a long time. And we're given that the materials, but I think sometimes it just helps to have a little bit of a reference to go back. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was informed by the revisers that they have some of that. So Tamara.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as far as the low enrollment weighting, that was enacted in 1992 as part of the SDF QPA. In 1992, the threshold to receive that weighting was 1,900 students. That was kind of slowly ratcheted down over the years, and in 2007 was set at 1,622 students. That is currently what that threshold is. As far as the high enrollment weighting, that was enacted in 1995. At that time, it was called the correlation weighting. It was actually repealed during the 2005 regular session, but then was reenacted during the 2005 special session. So that is the sort of historical background information we have on those weightings.
Interesting. Thank you. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I mentioned earlier that I represent Olathe and Blue Valley, and I pulled up the documents that we got back in February, and I'm going to need a little help interpreting this because the high enrollment weighting, FTE would be, I think, Representative Hill and I think it's 185 million and change for Blue Valley and 249 million and change for Olathe schools. Is that in place because it costs more in an urban? Okay, you're looking at me like I'm wrong, so I probably am reading this wrong. But is the point of this weighting, here you go, is the point of this weighting to help pay for teachers in a more urban or suburban area? Or what is the point of the high enrollment weighting?
Dr. Harwood.
I don't know.
Am I reading it correctly that that's the number it spits out per district in the blue?
So that's, Blue Valley gets 765.8 FTEs, so you multiply that by 5378 for this year. So whatever 795.8 times 5,378 is would be their high enrollment weighting.
So like these are pretty impactful amounts of money for just those two districts. And I know that Wichita's even bigger. So I was a little surprised to hear you say, let's throw it out and put it back into the base. And then Director Rooker to nod in agreement because maybe I'm missing something. But that could mean smaller class sizes for my school districts. That could mean that my teachers could afford to live in the school district where they teach because they currently can't, a lot of them. So I'm going to need a lot more education on this piece, obviously, among others. But this one is one that I'm kind of scratching my head as to why we'd just toss it out. Help me better understand these charts.
So, and I might get the number wrong, but I think the weighting, high enrollment weighting for every district, no matter their size, is 0.163 or something like that. So what the proposal would be is that you would raise the base by 16%. And so you would get those same dollars in the base as opposed to getting them in a weighting. So the net change would be zero because all you're doing is you're making it more transparent because now you're just putting it into the base instead. Low enrollment weighting is different because it's a sliding scale. The smaller you are, the more you get. So doing the same thing with that would have a disproportionate impact on smaller districts, whereas the high enrollment weighting, because every student in every district at 1622 or greater is the same amount of money, you just put that in the base and it multiplies out the same way.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for that, Dr. Harwood. I still would like some one-on-one first grade tutelage and some runs to prove it, but thank you very much for helping me there.
And I believe we have some additional information from our advisor, Jason Long.
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Although I was not here in 1995, as some people may think, my recollection.
It just feels like it, right?
Some days it does. My recollection is that originally, as a correlation weighting, it was an enrollment weighting that correlated to the low enrollment weighting and was also a sliding scale based on the actual enrollment of the district to provide some additional enrollment weighting for districts that didn't qualify for the low enrollment weighting. And my recollection is when we did the 17-18 and brought it back as a high enrollment weighting, we simplified it to a standard weighting that it is now rather than a sliding scale based on a more complicated linear transition formula. And so that's a little bit of the history. I believe it's a way to get more money to districts in the 90s by utilizing a weighting as opposed to just increasing the base across the board, was, I believe, more the history of it from the 90s.
I think I'm hearing enough consensus, though, that to take a look at what would be the impact if we did away. I think we all understand the difference between the high and the low makes sense to keep it. I would, although, question, do we need to readjust the 1622? Do we need to take a look at the rationale behind that and maybe adjust that for low enrollment in light of doing away with the high enrollment, adding it to the base, and seeing the impact of that on Representative, your district and see the overall impact of that. I also think we have to consider economies of scale. It's so different because the more students you have, the more money you get by economies of scale, which the lower, smaller districts don't have that option. They just don't have the students to produce that revenue for the district. So are we okay with at least coming back and looking at those runs and the specifics of that? Okay, we'll start there, and if there are additional questions, of course, we can, please reach out to staff or the experts in the room or your colleagues here. So, okay, I think Representative Williams, we've talked about in some ways incentivizing outcomes. I know you mentioned that. Do you have anything specific you would like to explore at this time, or just was it in the context of if we do away with those weightings, then use those funds as a way of incentivizing outcomes? So if you want to clarify.
I'll just say that I do favor an idea where there is a percentage of money that would be, it's for at risk, it's for those high, most difficult to educate students that were identified in Gannon. And I would leave that up to, we could hash it out for hours and never be done. I would love it if the chair and vice chair would get together and come up with some scenarios and bring that back to us related to incentivizing the behaviors that you want. Because I think we would be here until midnight if we did that. So it was just, but some percentage of that at-risk money or something where it is going right back out to them, and maybe it's in form of teachers, but something. Thank you.
So I don't have a problem being here till midnight, no, just kidding. But is this group comfortable with Representative Estes and I getting together and maybe looking at some ways other states are perhaps doing this or coming up with some ways at least to bring back as some consideration at our next meeting? Is everyone okay with that, or are there specifics that members would like for us to look at? Senator Gossage.
I think just as clarification, you're asking about incentives, funds being used for incentives, right? Of course. And based on outcomes, incentives based on outcomes? Is
yes.
That what
Yes.
Looking at those.
Right. Seeing if there are models out there,
Okay.
and what would it look like if we did that, used the funds from those weightings that were shifting, and what would that look like potentially, and run some different scenarios and alternatives if the group is okay with Representative Estes and I carving out time to do that and then bringing that back. But if you have specifics,
I would just say then, of course, I would be fine with that. I also would like to ask, because I don't know if, maybe I didn't understand if it was clear, but I think it was Dr. Harwood that said perhaps they can do some scenarios to say, hey, if we took away this weighting, what would that look like? Or if we took away this weighting, what would that look like? I would like to know if we took away the risk rating, how would that affect districts? If we eliminated the high enrollment, how would that affect? Could we see those numbers? Who would be doing that? Would that be research or?
Yes,
legislative research.
that will be research and perhaps in coordination with KSDE to get the data that they need to do that. And yes, I believe that was, we talked about maybe what if we took some of that and took some of that money and put it into the base? What would that do to the overall budget of various sizes of districts and so forth? So that would be staff. What we're looking at is looking at,
Right.
okay, if we took a percentage of the weightings that we're looking at redirecting, what would be some ideas of how to incentivize positive outcomes? Does
Thank
that?
you. Yes, thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Dr. Nineswonder.
I would like to start with the people in the middle of the room to plug their ears. But it might also be, you know, we've looked at 50 other states, we've looked at formulas. It would be nice to look and see, are there other states that took revenue, whatever, and targeted it to a specific item and found success with it? Because so while we're doing this, yes, I agree, but while we're doing it, do we know if other states have gone through this same thing and then implemented something 4 or 5 years ago and are starting to have success with it, so we can learn from them too? Instead of just the two of you have to figure this out, we might learn from what some other states have done.
I think that makes perfect sense. And, you know, some of it I think is going to be fairly obvious to Representative McDonald's point. If literacy is something that we really want to focus on, how about redirecting some of those funds to help train, you know, provide incentive to help our readers? You know, literacy is a big issue right now. So are there positive ways we can do that? Are other states doing that? What are other states doing to get better student outcomes? And what would it look like if we kind of emulated what they're doing? So appreciate that. Anything else on that? Oh, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to understand, so what you were talking about at the moment is that you and the vice chair looking at all of the weightings or only at risk or high enrollment weighting to bring something forward with some thoughts. And if we're looking for best practice and what other states are doing, and I know earlier we had a little bit of conversation about preschool, but preschool is a high indicator of success. And when we know that brain development, 90% of brain development occurs before 5 years of age, we have all this information, and there are states that have preschool as part of and they have universal preschool as part of their K-12 program. I think we want to be moving forward as a state, and I think it's imperative that we look at, if we're looking at other states, that we look at the success that's brought forward and how it makes sense. So I'm just going to throw that out there, but I would like an answer to my first question.
Certainly, and at least what I am hearing is that Representative Estes and I will look at, if we were to take a certain small percentage of the weightings, the at-risk and the high density weighting, high enrollment weighting, I'm sorry, what would it look like if we took a small percentage of that and incentivizes or redirected that toward trying to produce positive outcomes, and look at other states? But it's limited, Senator, not to any other part of the formula, just if we were to take a portion of the weightings that we're talking about redirecting. Does that answer your question?
Right, I just wanted to be clear if it was those two, and you've made that clear.
Representative Williams.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And actually, I was thinking more of that for the at-risk, but it doesn't matter. What I would love for you guys to do is, we've already heard Frank and others say, well, we can give you runs for at-risk. I would love for you both to work with KSD to provide us a variety of runs that deal with at-risk, that deal with the high and low enrollment that deal with a lot of those. I don't think you should be limited in that, because I think it's easier to edit and to say, oh, bad idea, good idea. So, and then wherever you see fit to put some of those incentives. I personally don't want to limit you. I want to see options.
Well, along those lines, is it fair to say, okay, at this point, let's back up a little bit. What if we just look at some potential ways to redirect funds, not concerned about where the funds may be coming to be redirected, and bring some of those options? And then we can say, okay, well, what if we took, at this point, is it necessary to say specifically where the funds would come from, or is it more important that we just have some runs to look at? Here are some ways that we could possibly redirect some money to maybe achieve desired results, and bring back a lot of those for discussion. Believe, we're not going to sit here and say that one's in or that one's out. That's for this task force to decide, but we would do the legwork to bring that to the table. Dr. Harwood.
So, Madam Chair, I don't want to speak for you and co-chair or Vice Chair Estes, but I'm assuming that if somebody came up with a really good idea, like on the drive home or next week, you would rather they reach out to you with those ideas before the next meeting so that we can keep things moving. So I don't think it's just limited to the chair and the vice chair coming up with ideas. I think whatever the ideas are, if we can get them before the next meeting, they could get on the agenda. We may have too much for the next agenda, but we'll just keep trudging through as we get there. Does that sound accurate?
We'll add some days. No, only Vice Chair Estes and I can come up with ideas. No, please, this is collaborative, but we'll just take the lead and generate that. And then if you do have something, please send it our way, and we'll be glad to dig into that and get the specifics. Yes, Dr.
And then KSD will be happy to work with you and KLRD, especially if you start getting into data sets that are different than what we have been using, if we have them. If we get to something where we're talking about data that we're not currently collecting, that makes it harder, but we have a lot of data. So we're happy to help put models together just for the committee to consider.
Thank you for that offer. Representative Gibbs.
Thank you very much. It's been good sitting here listening to everybody. I only got one text saying, "Are you going to say anything today?" So some of my thoughts, and I'm very much for I like the at-risk, just getting redefined and just changed in a way that it's effective. Even if that's, we let some of the programs and the tracking that we have in place, let some of those things happen. We give some space to maintain some of the old funding, but we also create some space. I mean, one way of redirecting that is an idea for a possible run is what would it look like for us to K through 3, because that third grade being on point for reading and math is a big deal, because if they're behind after that, it's really hard for them to catch up. It's just some of the data that we've received. What could we do to strategize the formula to prevent that? And then after, in fourth grade, some of that be used in a sense for, all right, the kids who now are in that post-third grade, fourth grade on, but aren't caught all the way up. Okay, some of those, there's a weighting for K through 3 for ELA and math. Just an idea, just ways that we could prioritize that is one. I think transportation's one to look at. Just I remember, I think it was like our very first meeting when we went through the weightings, there was just some weirdness, and from the flagpole and different things like that we might just want to clean up a little bit. Yeah, mostly just, the only other idea I had was capital outlay, and I do some construction stuff, so I know that's not all just, hey, people are wanting to build more buildings. School buildings are not a cheap thing to either renovate and make what they need them to be now, or build a new one. And that's a hard decision sometimes, to use what you have and try and make it, or go for building a whole new one. But some sort of a CPIU on capping that to where I mean, we can see it got up into the 300% over about a 16, 17-year period, whatever that was. And how could that be prevented to where it's not moving the budget into the material things, which is a classroom, but it's not necessarily the education pieces of the classroom. So, and then the only other thought I had was around the chairs, kind of just rebuttal of some of the fear stuff that's going to go out there. I mean, we have a responsibility to help this change go well. And other representatives and senators and stakeholders around this to kind of quiet some of those things. I mean, change is scary, but it's also the only way you make something better. So the responsibility to lean in and find the right language, and I think we have some great language to frame this and do a good job with it. So thank you for all your hard work. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So I think some great points of consideration. I would add to Representative Getz' K3 discussion in that, as we mentioned earlier, class size, and someone please correct me, but if I remember right, really it's those early grades that predominantly benefit from a smaller class size. Am I remembering that right? And then in the older grade, not so much. So maybe we want to look at prioritizing, if we decide to take a look at how we can maximize or minimize class size or teacher to student ratio, that we put an emphasis on those early grades where it makes more sense if that still is the case. So you sparked that emphasis on, specific, not all levels are created equally, and so is that a consideration as we go through the process? Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My kids' high school recently took coding out of high school and put it in the middle schools, which is great for the kids in middle schools. But one of the unintended consequences is that they had fewer numbers of elective classes. So those classes ballooned in size. So I think, that's an example of local control, and they need to figure that out. But that's neither here nor there. One thing that sticks out that we have not really talked about or facilitated a way to make happen is this, under this transparency bullet, making sure that whatever we do is informed by students, families, teachers, and school leaders. So I would just challenge you to figure out a method to get feedback from them, or, I don't always need to come and tell someone how I'm going to solve whatever problem I think they have, right? So it'd be really good if when we start, we get quality and maybe even the ability for it to be anonymous from stakeholders, so that they could, there may be a superintendent who really doesn't want to be on Frank's radar, right? But they might have a challenge that they've not felt heard. So I think with anything we do, particularly as elected officials, which some of us are, it's really important that people not just feel heard, but be heard. So anything we could do to put something in place, I don't know if it'd be an anonymous Google form or what it would be, I would welcome that sort of feedback if that's possible.
And I think, to your point, it's always good. I'm hoping that stakeholders are aware of the representation on the task force and will speak to their, local school staff, the superintendents, the administrators, share those concerns, and that those work their way here. And I think in putting together the makeup of this task force, we tried to make sure we included, school personnel, tried to represent that, but we can always take more input from those that our decisions are definitely going to impact. So Representative Estes, and then Get.
Okay. Are you kind of taking more topics that we might want to consider?
Hang on just a sec. We will get there. I was seriously worried that we wouldn't have enough to fill, and I'm like, how are we going to get out of here on time? So before we do that, we can take more topics. I would like to take up, because a couple of people have mentioned transportation. That may not be something we can accomplish in the time we have left, but at least get some direction started on that to be continued. But we will call for additional topics. Representative Getz was. Okay. No. Okay, are we ready? And then at the end, we will call for additional topics we can maybe start. And obviously, we are not going to accomplish the work that needs to be done within the timeframe of our meetings. So sorry, you're going to get homework. And hopefully, that will help. So we'll be sending out things, watch your emails, and let's keep communicating in between. Be cognizant of open meetings, please. Do not respond to all, please. But absolutely, we've got to continue the work outside of this meeting time. So with that, let's go ahead. I think we've got some direction on that. Let's go ahead and open it up and at least start with transportation because there's a lot of interest around that part of the formula. And I know we've mentioned that, School Board Member Porter had mentioned that before, so I know that that's a hot one we probably need to get a jump on. So I'm going to start with Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I'm just trying to recall, it just seemed like that was a weighting that was a little bit similar, it might just be my interpretation, but similar to special ed, to where there's a reimbursement that doesn't always get to the point where those costs are covered, and just kind of the complication around that. And I knew my district kind of just went away from it and funded it to where they could transport and just said, we'll just work it out in our budget. And so just ways that we could help districts clean that up. And since I I'll save my other one for that, but any clarity from, staff just helping us recall that, and we don't have to get into it, but I think it needs to be discussed for us to understand and find ways that we can clean it up.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you. I really appreciate you bringing that up because on my transportation packet, I have in a big sticky note, I do not understand this at all. And then in my notes, I wrote down one of my concerns when we discussed this was that field trips and other transportation included, there's a concern about distance, urban versus rural, that's somehow not part of these funds. So when we do go over this, I will work to try to get tutored on this one as well in the meanwhile. But this was one that was not straightforward to me in comparison to the others. And I want to make sure that we are acknowledging the cost of transportation and weighing that into our formula, the true cost. So that, I'm really glad you brought that up because I was going to bring it up.
So very quickly, can we have, Steph, I know that you provided information on the transportation weighting, but like I said, we have a large, if we did not earmark that, can you kind of maybe direct us at least in a certain date or stack to look at?
Madam Chair, that was one of the things we did in February, but I don't have any narrative written down about it. So maybe if I just had like a one-pager, if that's possible, that might help fill some of the gaps a little bit. Thank you.
It's also in the December 5th stuff.
Jennifer Light, KLRD. So Representative McDonald is correct. We did do the weighting sections where we had the walkthrough Excel documents for you on February 24th. And so it should be in the packet from that. Also, the school finance system memo that is both online and you've received versions of, we will be coming out with a updated version here in the next month that has everything from this year's, this legislative session's budget and policy changes. But it is up on the KLRD website. You did receive copies of it, and the weightings are in that as well. The transportation, that's the new one. Transportation is like on page 7 or 8 of the one that's online. So I'd be happy to send out another copy of that to everybody today, so it'd be at the top of your emails. But it is online at the KLRD website underneath the education section. And I'm happy to go ahead and make a one-pager for each of them again. That's not a problem. I'm just mentioning that is a place where you can find all of them with some explanations and examples of how the process works.
I remember this now because it is really, really small print. So I do recall this. now, yes, and so we do have like by district, the transportation FTE, just to kind of give us a little jumping off point, was 130,599. The transportation waiting FTE times the base is 119,000,000. So just to give us a little bit of context of the scope of what we're looking at. Senator Petty.
I think that transportation waiting over time has been probably one of those things that's been brought up over and over and over again. And I hope as we look at this, we'll look at particularly the 2.5 miles. That's been a major issue that's come back repeatedly as being needing to be reduced. So I hope that will be one of the things that we can talk about as we look at transportation.
So I got Director Ricker, but so reducing the 2.5 miles, is there a certain distance that we would like to kind of take a look at and what that would mean? And does anyone have a recommendation, at least as a starting point, or wants just to kind of run a couple of different options? Representative McDonald.
I think this would be a good opportunity to reach out to our more concentrated districts and ask their opinions. I know that I live next to a pretty busy street, and between my house and the middle school, there's no crossing guard. The school districts, there's certainly no bus, but I think our district sometimes takes account for that and pays out of their pocket to provide some transportation or allows the parents to do it, but I just don't know that that's standard. So I think this would be a good opportunity to get some input from stakeholders if we can.
So do we need to differentiate between just a blanket reduction in the way or safety considerations for those intersections that do not have a safe way of crossing and so forth? I mean, are we looking at two different particular points, or is it more the 2.5 is fine as long as we have some additional for safety considerations? Dr. Nineswinder.
I might suggest that we start with a couple scenarios like just ballparking 1 mile, 2 mile. I think the challenge of getting into considerations, which we could, is every community is different because our community doesn't have curbs or sidewalks. So we transport every kid outside of city limits because their only way to ride a bike or walk is down the street where there's, but you're going to find that in 286 school districts. So maybe we just start, well, what does it look like at 1 mile? What might it look like at 2 miles? Or outside of a city, you know, but I think starting would just be a couple scenarios.
Director Ricker?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think from experience, what we learned gets very expensive very quickly. It would be useful to remember the weighting is not designed as a reimbursement of costs. It's an allowance for districts. I think that's what the memo tells us. And there were legislative decisions made to cap the amount year over year to curb the cost. I think this is one of those weightings where the cost of doing certain things was the overriding reason for choices made. Sometimes we're trying to equalize things, sometimes we're trying to address things. This one was really about containing costs, and the complexity comes from the age-old, is it a line of best fit or a curve of best fit? I can't remember which, but there's a lot of algebra that lives behind the formula. So I think it's healthy to take a look at variables and what they mean. I think there's room to improve this. I would be in that camp of people who thinks we can improve this, but just know there were considerations in play that led to the complexity that we find ourselves dealing with at the moment.
Senator Petty.
I would very much agree with Chairman Rooker. This has been a issue that's been has a cost attached to it. And just as was mentioned earlier, I live in a district, I worked in a district that transports everyone. And it's for the very reasons that were mentioned, no curbs and sidewalks. And that district is going to commit it to doing that forever, and we'll continue doing it. But if there was a change, they certainly would benefit. So I totally agree. I think it would be helpful just to look at some scenarios so we can have an idea of what the cost is involved with that.
Okay, and I'm going to assume, which I don't normally do, that this group is okay with staff taking some liberty with looking at some different options. And if you have specific things that you want, please let them know, and we'll just try to take a look at different aspects and see which one's affected, and then what the outcome of that would be, or the impact. So maybe transportation isn't going to be as difficult as I originally thought. Okay, look, we're going to try to wrap up on a very positive note. Representative Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to just add a little bit of a note on transportation, is that in the process of looking at urban transportation, which I think is important to keep those kiddos safe, you have the real necessity in our rural districts of providing transportation. I happen to represent one of the most transportation intensive districts in the state because they have a large geographic area, and in a lot of those cases those kids are going more than 2.5 miles just to get to the bus stop. And so you know, we don't want to forget that if we shorten up the distance in the urban areas, don't take it away from the rural areas, because it's absolutely essential for those school districts, especially as a declining enrollment in western Kansas. It's absolutely essential that they have some help on transportation from those huge districts. So, thank you.
Okay. So I'm going to call you committee. Task force is just foreign. I have to think about it every time. So is that okay, committee? I know we're a task force, but what I'd like to do now is just take a look at ideas for other topics. We're not going to tackle them today because I'd like to kind of summarize where we're at, kind of lay out how we're going to approach this, what you can expect at our next meeting, and how we'll then proceed. But I will wrap it up here briefly. So I'm going to throw it open for other future topics so staff can at least have that on their radar that we would potentially look at. Representative Estes then Getz.
Thank you. One of the other things that I'm interested in, and I think we've talked a lot about transparency, and the question that comes to my mind is it possible for us to move towards uniform accounting so that we can compare apples to apples, because that's a struggle. And the legislature is often told, well, the districts account differently, and then can we add much more detail to what is out there? Another topic I'd like to discuss kind of got touched on this morning, which is that ratio of instruction and non-instruction, and what does the committee or the task force feel is an appropriate ratio, and how we disperse funds reinforce that. And then the other one, Director Profit is probably really glad he's not in the room right now, but part of the rationale for the lottery was education, and I don't think that we get what we should for education out of the lottery. And what would we consider to be ideal on what we do with the lottery and our share, education's share of it?
I think that brings up a really good point. What are some other outside sources of funding that maybe we haven't thought of perhaps tapping into? So thank you for bringing that up. Representative Getz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mine's kind of on one of our guiding principles of the student-centered, and Dr. Harwood brought it up earlier, and I don't know how we back into it or if it's part of I haven't gone and checked in the statute, but the special ed really being the educator that is necessary to educate the kids. It's kind of backwards of how our base is. And so looking at what would be ways to align those two so we're operating off the same metrics, no matter if we're talking about general ed or special ed, and not necessarily, again, not taking away funding, but looking at what would that weighting look like. There were several other states that had, the 3 tiers or the 7 tiers or the different ways to do that. So I think there's some options there to look at, and I'd be very interested in looking at those. And it's student-centered, so that I don't think the other one isn't, but it's just it's a whole, when you go to transparency, it's easy to people get confused that aren't living in it every day to try and understand it. So I think it kind of tackles 2 of those pretty well.
Okay, very good. Director Rooker.
Yeah, directly responsive to that proposal. I was curious in looking at that Oklahoma handout yesterday. What I began to wonder is where and when in the timing and the process of identifying the factors identifying the student's needs and determining the content of their IEP. At what point, how does the state then, where are you communicating with the state in terms of how those funding decisions are made, the timing of that? So I think understanding how those tiered models work that's really where I had the most set of questions, because if it's a necessity to look at a prior year cohort of students in order to fund in the budget process, then you're not necessarily capturing, there's just a lot of, so I would be interested in how they manage that life cycle, because I know we've run into, are we funding students that aren't actually in seats? Are we, as we're struggling with, are we funding based on estimates? Are we funding based on actuals? Are we funding current students this year? Are we funding last year's 3 years rolling average? How are those cohorts determined would be really where my curiosity is with that model. So as part of not just a run of what that looks like on paper, but how they land on their cohort numbers would be appreciated.
Yes, Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In my past life, I taught English language learners, and there's a big difference in the amount of resources it takes to educate a child who was schooled in their previous home setting before they came to America versus a student who has never held a book or is not at all literate in their own language. So there was something that appealed to me when we talked about tiered ELL. I forget which state it was. And I appreciate what Director Rooker said about when do you figure out how much that needs? And in Kansas, at least, you do kind of an intake sort of assessment. And I think that it would be pretty quick to be able to identify where they fall in those 2 or 3 tiered categories. As a teacher, I was an elementary pull-out teacher, and this was a long time ago, but caseloads varied widely in my district. And within my caseload, the amount of need was hugely varied. So looking at that, the amount of need the student might need, the resources that it's going to take to get them on grade level, I think is worth looking at. Whether it's ELL or special ed. Some special ed kids have, they need more than, they might get 2 spots of weightings, but they might, in one of those states, but they might be using 5 spots of types of services like speech and so on. So looking at the actual usage of resources, types of teachers, that sort of thing, I think is appealing.
And that kind of brings to mind at the local level, the building needs assessment, which is supposed to include what will it take, what is our plan for exactly what you're referring to, Representative McDonald. And so I think, providing the resources at our level so that they can incorporate that and then report, this is our plan of how we're going to get those students and how long it's going to take and what we're going to do to get them through the building needs assessment process is also part of that. Representative McDonald.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If we go back to what Representative Getz said and we back away from the per teacher model, I don't know how else to say it, then it makes it harder to quantify that building need, right? If we're not looking at it per teacher, which I think Senator Gossage was trying to get at before, I really would like for us to drill down a little bit more on how that would impact. If we went away from that model, what would that look like? And even building to building, it might be different in my district, so.
Staff doesn't have enough on their plate, so keep it coming. Dr. Nineswander.
Well, I was also going to mention special ed because it was such a big topic the other day. But at some point, I'd also like to have a conversation just about the bond and interest state aid, because there are unique districts that have low property valuation but are growing in enrollment, and our current capital outlay can't add classrooms or can't. So just to revisit that, because I think there are, to go in not having a bond issue in 30 years, but as we're starting to get growth, the property, but it would be nice to be able to revisit just kind of what led up to where we are now.
And I think that's a great conversation because there is a lot of interest around that. To manage expectations, we are just going to prioritize the 2 areas that we know that we have to, and that's outside of the 2 that we have. But not that we're not going to visit about that, but it will probably be after we deal with the 2 areas that we really have to because of the sunset. So, anything else? Well, Representative Getz, I mean to tell you, you started off quiet, but you're making up for it. Yes, Representative Getz.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The only other one I forgot to mention on special education, and I don't know how this works. I hear that the timing payment stuff is a federal charge possibly, but the carryovers seem to be a point of contention. That what if the payment schedule was different for special education to where that was less necessary because they were getting, gosh, I'd like to have cash in the bank to operate the first 3 months that was not from last year. And it's easier to track. It's another transparency possible fix. But I don't know if that is part of our charge, but it's something that I do think is a struggle and a problem, and creates tension that possibly doesn't have to be there if the timing was different. And finances don't really change. It's just a timing thing to where they get paid in a timely manner. Looking at adjusting that. Thank you.
Okay, we will put it on the list. I have a feeling we're probably going to dedicate one entire month of meeting just to special education. I think it's that important, that complicated, and so just may not be the next meeting, so that we can maybe get the process and decision-making down a little better on some of these other areas, but it will be coming where we'll just have a dedicated month for special education, okay? Anything else? Representative Estes, the McDonald.
We kind of talked about this in a lot of different ways, and I think at some point, we kind of have to define what's an acceptable amount of progress. If we're charged with an adequate funding system, we talk about accountability, and it's been something that all session I really was seeking an answer to. What does success look like? What amount of progress? And then that can help us to answer some other questions. And I did put in a request to put it on the record with Dr. Harwood yesterday for how many minutes we think each service takes. We kind of talked about different ways to break down what special ed cost. We kind of had a post-meeting conversation, so I think that's helpful.
And I think part of the conversation, one reason why normally we would do goal setting, and of course, here we go, SMART goals, specific, measurable, attainable, results-oriented, and time-bound. But for just getting started and having some runs, what is a reasonable expectation? I don't know that we can really say, okay, without knowing what is possible or reasonable. I think first we got to look at really within the confines of what we're talking about making and the changes. Then I think we look and say, what's a reasonable, attainable, specific, measurable goal? At least in my mind, that's the process, but I'm open to what works for the committee. But I think today I'm hoping that one of the things we've accomplished is at least getting to some specific areas of the funding formula, how we can address them, and then come back next time even with more specificity and topics to address. But I think we're getting a good idea of the scope of our work, and hopefully, as we process the amount of information, what's going to take to meet the needs of what this committee has come up with today, I think that will really help drive the process forward. At least that's the goal and the intention. So anything else? Director Ricker.
This is a question for the agency. At what point, I know there ultimately should be a longitudinal data system. Will that be set up to track growth in student outcomes, improvements? So we have these hard cut scores, right? And we're not seeing, yes, X percent this year fall into these 4 categories. We're not seeing how much improvement if a student doesn't move into the next level. We're not, the improvement is not transparent unless there is a change in the achievement level based on those cut scores. Are we going to have a system set up to show improvement among our students?
So some of that data exists now. So, I mean, part of it is the state assessment is once a year. So the state assessment does not measure any change during the year. It's only year to year. You can look at individual students, districts can, the state can, on did you change from one level to the next. There are also scale scores. The problem with the scale scores is the way they work, the test is not vertically aligned, which is one of the things they're going to talk about for the next test. And so the scale scores don't mean the same thing from one grade to the next, which is a limitation of our current test. So the longitudinal data system can track whatever data we put in it. So we can keep track of where students are in each level as they move through. I think one of the problems, has been discussed in the last 2 sessions, is we look at all at-risk students or all low-income students that take the test that year. We don't look at closed cohorts. We don't look at what's happened with the students who have had the interventions over time. That's part of the new accountability plan. And so something that certainly can be some of that. The new statewide longitudinal data system that is going to be co-implemented in August, so that we're going to run both of them at the same time, as opposed to we only collect data from districts about 3 times a year, and the districts have to submit reports. The new system will actually take, depending on the data, could take daily pushes from the district so that it's less labor intensive and more up to date. State assessments won't change. It still only doesn't make any sense to upload those more than once a year anyway. But there are some of those other measures, if we kind of get into those, FastBridge is one that's used around, where there are some of those we can look at, attendance and those kinds of things kind of come in there. So we can do some of the longitudinal data things now when it comes from performance level to performance level. Again, a limitation is that you could go from what would be the bottom of level 1 to the top of level 1 and you're still in level 1. And the scale scores don't translate for vertical stacking. We're trying to do some predictive things like what does a scale score of 300 mean in third grade versus fourth grade. I mean, everybody knows fourth grade, we see higher performance because it's kind of out of line with the rest of the test. Those are all things we're trying to work on to get fixed for the next one.
Which all, to me, says this is a whole unit that we ought to be looking at of how we round out, improve the body of information taken into consideration when we're assessing the performance, the outcome measures need to, I would like to give some thought to broadening the scope of what we're looking at.
Yeah, and I think we're going to have to look at what specifically we're going to look to know if we're being successful in directing those funds to maximizing and improving student outcomes. We're going to have those conversations for sure. So, appreciate that. Representative McDonald, I apologize.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. One weighting we haven't mentioned that's of particular interest to me is the cost of living weighting. And I'm not sure how I could determine whether or not it's effective or even how we came to the figures that we did. So I would love thoughts from the group about how we might gauge the effectiveness of what we've got here and whether or not it warrants tweaking or if it's doing the thing we've designed it to do.
Okay. Anything else? Okay, so my goal was to make sure that I summarized everything. I'm afraid I'm going to forget something. So what I will say is I will go through and compare what I have taken down with that of what staff has captured, and we will send that out. And if we have missed something or something needs clarified, please let us know, so I make sure we get an accurate list going forward of what we need, the information we need, and then the topics that we've all agreed that we're going to look at, and the plan going forward. So what I do know is that we talked about specifically as it relates to the formula, we talked about teacher salary as part of the formula, redirecting at-risk weighting, funding, and we've talked at length about that. Looking at high and low enrollment weighting, options to incentivize improved student outcomes, transportation, and then have a list of things that we will look at and address in future meetings. So what I would like to do is then do some specific digging into what that would look like if we did some of the things we talked about today and bring those back to our next meeting, and then continue to work on the list of the parts of the formula that we've talked about here, cost of living, carryover monies, all of those things that impact the 2 areas that we have to focus on and prioritize. So that's kind of where we're at. If you have suggestions or ideas, please let me know. I want to thank you all for hanging in there and working through the process, coming up with how we're going to move the work forward. I hope that through this, we're at least getting somewhat of a fuzzy picture of how we can then come into clear focus as we move forward. And I hope this has been productive and informative. I appreciate all of your input, and I especially want to thank our Rockstar staff for all that they do. So appreciate it. Be careful going home, and we will see you next time.